I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcast it like hey ya.
Yo, what's good? What's good, everybody? What's good, party people? How y'all this morning? Maybe if I do this right here, you can hear me. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good, party people? What's good? It's good to see y'all. Welcome. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. I'm your man. I'm your host, Uncle Freezy. What's good? It's good to see y'all. Right? As if we don't need motivation to put some smack on the haters. We get jabbed at on social media. Hey, Shannon Sharp, how you doing? Man, this is an amazing feeling right here. This is an amazing feeling right here. This is an amazing feeling right here. Y'all don't know what I'm getting at, right? My chat do. The fans and supporters of this channel know what I'm getting at. This is an amazing feeling right here. You know what this feeling is? It's called freedom, Shannon Sharp. All you haters out there of the Knicks that feel like you need to hitch your wagons to the Knicks in order to raise your profile. Your Shannon Sharps and others. You know what this feeling is right here? This is Uncle Freezy jumping on the Lawrence Tears Network, right? This is Uncle Freezy jumping on the Lawrence Tears Network, coming on the Knicks Morning Drive and speaking directly with fans, right? I don't have bosses over my head telling me what to say. I don't have producers monitoring trigger words on the internet so that we'll know what to say to make our show relevant, right? Right? I don't have, what do you call them? I don't have interns running through here, unless you count the teddy bears. The teddy bears work for free. The teddy bears work for free, and they like it. You feel me? The teddy bears work for free, and they like it. You know what I mean? This right here, what you're watching, is the Knicks Morning Drive, hosted by your man, Uncle Freezy. Right? And we're going to have about 100 or so people come in here because they dig it. Right? Notice I'm not dressed up. I don't have on a suit and tie. Don't have on a suit and tie. Just a t-shirt. Right? I'm on YouTube. I got my people with me. I got my friends with me. I got my friends with me. Professional outfit. Right? I got my friends with me. I got Anthony 212 with me. Anthony 212, you with me? I got Knicks Man. Formerly known as I got Knicks Man with me. Formerly known as Knicks Man, formerly known as, you know what I'm saying? I got my people with me. I got Wacko Knicks Fanatic with me. Holla at your boy. Right? These my friends, bro. We get together every day, or try to get together every day anyway. And we talk about something that we like. I don't talk down to them as if they owe me something, or if they should feel privileged to be here. Right? I don't talk kind of down to my chat. I don't talk condescending to the chat. Right? Right. The reason why I don't talk down to them is because we are all one, Shannon Sharp. I know you don't know what that feels like because you play football, or you played football, so you don't know what that's like. You know, you got in your huddles, you know what I'm saying, and played on a professional stage and played for a few different cities, teams, or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? But Uncle Freezy and Black University are friends, bro. Black University come here because Black University wants to be here in this setting, right? You feeling me? Chop low, aka Supreme Lord in the chat. Text me about 11 or 12 times a day, and I love it. Chop Low will legit spray me with text messages. I legit get 8 text messages in 42 seconds from Chop Low. And I love it. Because this right here is a family, and we've grown organically, Shannon Sharp. You know what I mean? Anthony 212 make time out of his schedule to be here. You know what I'm saying? Not because Anthony 212 want me to shout him out all show, but he like being in the midst. Anthony 212 like being in the midst of the other people in the chat. We enjoy that. That's what Knicks fandom is. Okay? Shout out to Nick, Wacko Knicks Fanatic. Freezy Kev, realest Knicks show ever. Hashtag Knicks for life. Yo, Garden Knicks podcast is here. You know why? You know why? Because this is organic, bro. This is what they call real. Right? This is not drummed up in a boardroom or conference room. Right? I don't spray out trigger words that motivate you to shop, to buy, to stir up your emotions, or none of that. This right here is designed for us as Knicks fans to come, hang out, vent, do whatever it is that we want to do. Right? Right? South Brooklyn in a place to be. Right? South Brooklyn, come hang out because this is a Knicks fans thing with Knicks fans. Right? Right? You don't come here and get a prize or or none of that. I'm gonna do the roll call this morning. I know y'all can't wait to do the roll call, the Knicks Morning Drive roll call. I know y'all can't wait. Man, bro, listen. I can't wait. I like doing the roll call, right? So I like doing the roll call, but I had to get something off my chest. I watched this video from done by CK2K's excellent work. Shout out to CK2K. I be shouting out the big dogs. The big dogs never shout me out, but you know what? I'm gonna keep shouting y'all out anyway. Right. Right. So because we not the big dog in the room, right? But you know what? We in the room. So we ain't the big dog in the room, but we in the room, bro. Doesn't matter. We in the room, bro. This joint right here that we all created turned into something far beyond my wildest dreams. When I kicked this idea around on Twitter, you know, yes, Uncle Freezy is in that Twitter thread, the one that has been living for the longest living Twitter thread ever, basically. The Twitter thread that won't die. People legit leave and new people come in and it's still alive. No Twitter thread was doing that before us. At least I can't recall. At one point, the Twitter thread had Scott Perry and Joe Budden in it. Right? Somebody tagged Joe Budden in it, and it was like the wicked web. Joe Budden got caught up in it, and he couldn't wiggle his way out. That's what it was like. Me too. I was in it like that too. Like legit couldn't. I would legit go to sleep hard for like 17 minutes. Wake up. And I would come back to 20 plus notifications, right? I would go in the kitchen, fix a sandwich, and come back 20 plus notifications. That Knicks Twitter thread is the one I'm referring to, right? So here's the thing. Here's the reason why I brought all of that stuff up. B-list. Oh, I'm sorry. B-list. I was gonna. They're probably outputting their coverage. D-list celebrities feel like they can become B-list celebrities if they do Knicks for clicks. If you do Knicks for clicks, you will get a lot more clicks because Knicks fans love everything Knicks related. Right? They're going to give you a shot, right? Because some of these D-list, and I mean D as in dog, list celebrities know that in order to get more exposure, Shannon Sharp, you say something Knicks related. It only have to be good, Shannon Sharp. It only had to be good. It only had to be good. Just mention the Knicks and Knicks fans will come. If you build it, Knicks, they will come. Knicks fans. Right? So we get shaded by people with a microphone. People with a microphone shade us, Andrew Yang. I see you. I see you. Brooklyn, right? Brooklyn. We'll see. We'll see about that Brooklyn. We'll see about these Brooklyn takes are going to age like milk. These Brooklyn takes that you hear are going to age like milk, right? But I don't care about that. I don't care about Brooklyn. That team wears acid wash, bro. Acid wash in red. Right? We do this every day. And for me, twice a day. But because we love the Knicks. We love the Knicks, bro. That's what this is. We love the Knicks. Right? I don't do this passe. Right? I'm not just a casual NBA fan that is hot on the Knicks right now because it's a good story. Nah, bro. I come from the streets of Jersey City, growing up, watching Channel 9, WWOR, watching cats like a very old Clyde Frazier, a young Bill Cartwright, a very old Earl Monroe, a very young Michael Ray Richardson. Okay? My fandom is real. When I talk about the Knicks, it is real. I didn't jump on this thing when the Knicks were winning, when the Knicks were, I'm not a 90s guy, right? Right? I'm a 70s guy. Okay? So when I hear your Shannon Sharps just throw out random words about the Knicks because it's cute, ha ha ha, Shannon Sharp. I wish I could see you face to face, Shannon Sharp. I wish I could see you face to face. I wish, you know what? I wish you would invite real Knicks fans on your show. Somebody knowledgeable about the Knicks like Uncle Freezy, who's been there through all these ups and downs. Oh, you know what? Not even your show. I wish you would come here. I wish you would come here. Not on your turf. Not on your turf. Not all the exquisite lighting and the big screens and the immaculate Hollywood sets. How about come here on our turf and talk that noise, Shannon Sharp? Come here on our turf and talk that noise. Okay. The Max Kellerman thing was too much for me, right? Drove me over the edge. There's nothing, to me, there is nothing worse than a backslider, a Benedict Arnold, a team changer. There's nothing worse to me, in my opinion, than a team changer. Right? And look. I'm not saying change. Look, man, listen. If you lived in New Orleans, Louisiana, and you moved to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, because of your wife and family like the Sixers, I could see you saying, "Yeah, I'm a Hornets fan," or whatever team play in New Orleans. Who play in New Orleans? Whatever the Bobcat, whoever played in New Orleans. Yeah, but I moved to another city and my wife, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so I root for my team and I root for her team too. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I can deal. I don't like it, but I understand. I don't like it, but I understand. Right? But for a random guy, just a random dude, like the Max Kellerman guy, for a random dude just to say, I don't like the Knicks no more because they're not winning, I'm gonna go join a winner. screams spineless to me, right? That dude needs a spine infusion. See, Knicks fans, we don't do that. Real Knicks fans, you know what we do? We break down and analyze everything. That's why we are hardcore. That's why we heavy, right? We are heavy, bro. Knicks fans are heavy, bro. Do you know what heavy means? We are heavy, bro. Do you know what heavy means, Shannon Sharp? Knicks fans are heavy, bro. Knicks fans are heavy, right? Don't get at me. Well, first of all, don't get at me, period. Because don't get at me, period. Let's be respectful. But don't come at me with, they've been losing too long. I need to root for a winner. Right? Don't come at me with don't come at me with that the Knicks haven't won a championship since blah blah. That's why I'm rooting for the Brooklyn Nets. Right? When's the last time the Brooklyn Nets won a championship? Can somebody tell me? Can somebody break the news to me about the last time the Brooklyn Nets won a championship? When's the last time the Brooklyn Nets won a championship? Right? No shade at them, because if you don't have one, if you don't have a chip, you just don't have one. But don't tell me you jumping ship just because a team is winning. Because a ship jumper is a ship jumper. You feel me? You feel me? I want to go on. I got so much to say, right? I have so much to say, but in fairness to the reason why we do this, I'm going to share this mic. I'm gonna share this mic, right? In fairness to the reason why we do it, I listen. I don't care nothing about sharing the mic. I will share the mic, right? Yo, what's good, fam?
What's good, my brother? Top of the morning to you. I was listening to you rock, man. You should have kept going, shoot, because you was spitting fire. You was spitting fire, man. You was spitting the truth, man. You was spitting the truth.
Bro,
you gonna share the mic, then I'm gonna crack it. Yeah. I heard you this morning. I heard you.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
What's up, G.I.? How you feeling, man? Partying on the mothership.
Partying on the mothership.
Gonna tear the roof off the sucker. Gonna tear off the motherfucker. Tear the roof off the sucker.
The story started last night. Are we gonna focus on the Knicks crashing, or is Atlanta gonna crash harder than us? Because remember, they have one of the easiest schedules in the NBA.
I saw that. They lost last night.
They lost last night. And Washington beat. How did I lose that though? Washington beat Toronto and Atlanta lost to Indiana. Washington ain't playing. Washington gonna end the season one of the hottest teams in the NBA by smacking up on Atlanta back to back.
Back to back.
Yeah.
Back to back.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Right.
Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed. Because we're gonna tear the roof off the mother sucker. Tear the roof off the sucker. Tear the roof off. I'm gonna tear the roof off the mother sucker. Tear the roof off the sucker. Gonna tear the roof off. I'm gonna tear the roof off the mother sucker. Tear the roof off the sucker. Tear the roof off. We're gonna tear the roof off the mother sucker. Tear the roof off the sucker. You got a real type of thing going round, getting down. There's a whole lot of rhythm going round. We got a go ahead, Bootsy Collins. We got a real thing going down, getting down. There's a whole lot of rhythm going round. Where the party at? Oh, we want the funk.
Get
I love it. I love it.
I gotta be Bootsy because Bootsy's a member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Baby.
Get
Yes,
out of
sir.
here. Are you serious?
Yeah, we
Yes,
made him
sir.
honorary. We made him an honorary. Yeah,
Oh,
they like
sweet, man.
they like he stepped on a college campus or something.
I was gonna say. It's not like he stepped in a classroom.
Yeah, man. I'm feeling good,
Yeah,
man.
it's not like he stepped in a classroom.
No. Oh, no.
Okay.
No, not at all.
All right.
He was rocking with James Brown, man. He was rocking with James Brown.
But he did find his way to the female dorms on campus.
Of course. Or the dorms find their way to. yeah, man.
Tight, man.
Yeah, man. I wanted to get on this morning, man. Really, I ain't gonna lie to you. For the past couple of days, I was thinking about this Julius Randle contract extension, and then I hear the loose lips of a dude that clumsily disrespected a fan base, not knowing what he stepped into. Right. So Shannon Sharp, I know you need ratings, Shannon Sharp. I know your show spends a lot of money to produce that show, and y'all ratings suck.
Yeah.
And in order for you to get more viewers, I know you had to do the Knicks for clicks, bro.
Yo, man, even my wife don't like him, man, because he's so country. You know what her dislike of him was when Snoop Dogg went on there and was giving him his Hennessy and his wood and everything, his cigars and all like that.
Right.
Talking so country and everything. He's just a tool, man. He's just a tool. That's all he is.
The thing about him is this. He is what he is. I don't care about because people are who they are.
Right.
But when you do like in GI I bet you GI knows what I'm talking about. The person that wants to talk and has the talk energy,
right,
but does it in a clumsy way that he alienates a lot of people around him. They legit have a lot to say and have that talk energy, but alienate like the dude at your like the dudes at your annual convention.
Right.
He been a part of the team for 28 years, right?
Right.
And they don't never let him talk at the monthly meeting. But at the annual meeting, he stand up and start talking.
Right.
And you like, how did this dude get a microphone? You know what I mean? They have that talk energy, you know what I'm saying? And have a lot to say.
Yeah.
But then you like, how did this dude get a microphone?
Exactly.
Why are we letting him talk?
Exactly.
You right, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, that shirt is fire, by the way.
Which one? What I got on right now?
Oh, Cat, Cornerstone. How many shirts do you have right now?
I don't know.
Hey, right. I was like, that shirt's fire. Cat say which one? Yeah, now I'm talking to Cornerstone.
I think he thought he was talking about me. He said me.
Talking about you. Oh, okay. All right.
No. He was talking about your shirt. He was asking.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just gotta. No, I hate when at my job they'll send you emails and then somebody will send you a direct message. I'm like, what's the difference? Like, there's too many ways to contact you.
Right. Hey, check your phone. Check your phone. You got a text message too.
Yeah, like what?
Right.
I got it.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
I lost my. No.
It's all right.
No, Kev. I wasn't saying my shirt. I knew the compliment was to you. I was telling Freezy you were confused whether he was talking to me or you. That's why you said
Oh,
yes.
okay. That's all right. It's all good. Hey, you know what I'm missing right now, GI? You know what I'm missing? I'm
What you
missing
missing? CP the artist? Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he
I
is.
ain't
Hey,
missing him.
CP the artist.
I ain't missing him at all. At all. Exactly.
There he
Exactly.
went.
Exactly. I'm missing some golf clubs. That's what I'm missing right now
Right.
with the shirt and everything.
I
That's
had
what
my
I'm missing.
whole day. I had my whole day planned out, and this is why I tell my wife, man, I got to get rid of this client I'm working with. So I cleaned my day at my day job that pays my pension. So I'm now on the phone with golf courses. Yo, my client calls me and says they got an emergency. Can I get over there? Now I got to call and cancel the tee time I just bust my ass to get and run the hour. But Freezy, you got a few of them talk energy, but nothing coming out cats on the network. Oh, let me stop. Let me behave myself. I love everyone on the Blondes Tears Network.
But
Bro.
yo, you was fire
Bro.
last night, man. Y'all, you was fire last night.
I apologize, y'all.
You ain't got to apologize. You ain't got to apologize because it wasn't worth it anyway. I'm sorry, CP.
Oh my goodness!
I gotta stop, man. I'm sorry, CP. I'm sorry, CP. I'm sorry.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, GI.
Good morning.
Good morning, Uncle Freezy.
Good morning.
Good morning, Potato Head.
I knew that was coming. I deserved that.
Yeah, I had to cut out because I tried a new audio system and it was like an epic fail. By the time I got to y'all, I was in the Matrix. So
okay.
I went to the old way, and I didn't want to mess up the broadcast with bad audio. Because I know everybody want to hear my crispy, sexy voice.
Hey, man. Hey.
I'm here.
And I want to be the first to announce this. I was talking to my nemesis, who's also my brother, Mr. G-Man, Sergeant G-Man for life.
Yeah.
We were talking yesterday, and we're making an announcement that we are looking into doing our own show.
Yay!
Doing our own show. We're still working out some of the ideas and everything, but
sounds like a father and son show.
We are.
That's what it's going to be, and you know it.
We're coming to a podcast near you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. You know it's going to be a father and son show because he be sunning you all the time.
Again. Some things you really shouldn't just react to or just comment on because sometimes it's meaningless. So again, we're still working out some stuff. We're getting a lot of direction. A la Mr. Uncle Freezy will be coming to you and everything, and we're gonna get this pop. We hope to get it popping.
You need CP the artist. That's who you need
to start of the
to rebrand you.
The start of the
you know what I'm saying? To sexy y'all up. You know what I mean? Give y'all a nice logo. Give you directions on the show. You know what I'm saying? Make you better looking than what you are, so you could be more appealing to viewers. You know what I mean?
Brother, you don't understand. When I went to the Suns game, there were people already knowing who I was.
Of course, you're on every single channel, man. You're on everybody's channel.
But still, to get the love that we got, compared to you, if you go to an Atlanta Knicks game, they'd be like, "Oh, that's that dude. What's his name again?
CP the artist.
PC,
that's what they say.
No, PC the artist. PC the.
Yeah, man. Y'all. But hey, so
let's get back to last night, man. You was on fire, man.
So what I will say though to y'all is this: when y'all do y'all joint, my words of advice to everybody is this: for one, y'all better be committed. Don't start this joint if y'all not gonna commit to it, right?
Yeah.
Two, under no circumstances should y'all ever come out whack, right? Don't be whack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I doubt y'all will do, but don't be inconsistent and don't be whack.
Don't be whack.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. And the reason why I say that is because people think it's easy to jump on and do joints and then they get here
Yeah,
and they get here.
It's totally different.
And it's you know what I'm saying, it's a bigger task. It's like dating the prettiest girl, the prettiest, most popular girl as a 12th grader. You're a 12th grader, she a 12th grader. Dating the prettiest, smartest, most popular girl. It's a task, bro. You know why?
Right.
Because everybody wants her. Right?
First of all,
and you gotta do what you can. Now ain't no first of all, don't get muted. Don't get muted. Ain't no first of all. When I'm making my point, this is my point. This ain't nobody else's point. Right?
I got experience.
Kev, when y'all do y'all joint, bro. When y'all do y'all joint, I am a hard dude on dudes that do their joint because I want people to be successful. Right?
Yeah.
And so like when I see y'all joint, I'll be like, yo, don't do that no more. Right? Don't do this no more. Do this, do that.
Yes,
right?
Sir.
Because I legit know how hard it is because I got to, and I'm not saying just me by myself,
right?
But we got this channel to 1,400 subscribers without putting Knicks in the title, right? Everybody else that was like in this lane has the name Knicks in their title, and some may have more subscribers than us, and others may not. Right. But we legit built this up based using the name Blarnge Tears. Right. People don't search Blarnge. People wasn't searching Blarnge Tears on YouTube or nowhere else. So we had to build it from the ground up. Right. Blarnge Tears means something to me because it's how Knicks fans feel and their emotions and everything. The Knicks experience, the Mets experience. Right. Others that have done it put Knicks in the title. So when people search Knicks on YouTube, they joints can come right up. I didn't do that. Right. So if y'all want immediate success, make sure y'all put Knicks in y'all title. Right. Knicks something Knicks. Something Knicks something. You know what I'm saying? In order for y'all to be found. This channel here, Blarnge Tears, we didn't use Knicks at all. So all 1,500. I put Knicks in it eventually. I got around to it,
right? Of course,
you know, to get more exposure to find more people. Once we plateaued at a certain point, I put Knicks in the title so people can find us, right? But bro, if y'all want to be found immediately, put Knicks in your title, and the people will come. Yeah. Secondly, don't do this if it's not a commitment, bro.
Well, our thought was we're going to do this kind of like what this Queens of the Court do it like once a week. That's how we're thinking about doing this, like on a Thursday and Thursday night. Because
and you know what? And GI can attest, bro. Yeah. I put so much time and I put 20 hours a day into this, bro. Even when you don't see me, I'm texting GI and Free Keith. Right. Yeah. Or I'm on a telephone call. I'm on a telephone with City for Real. Yeah. And Chop Low. Man, I put 20 hours a day into this. Yeah. Right. Because it's a grind, man. So I want y'all to be successful. You and G Man, y'all got my support. All of it. 100%.
And I appreciate it. And I see some chat comments in the chat, and we love y'all and appreciate y'all. And this is pretty much why we want to do this. We have a format, and like I said, we're just going to talk with, the originator and Sim and my man Uncle Freeze and Ron, and we're going to get this popping. And to your point, Freezy, we're thinking about doing this like at around 6:30. That way I get home from work like by 6 o'clock, and that gives us like a actually it's actually 6:15. Get home by 6 o'clock, and then by 6:15, we're on the air and everything. We'll be
don't do that. Don't do that, bro.
Don't do what? Don't
do that. Don't come straight in the house and jump straight onto your joint.
Okay.
Because it takes a lot of prep in order for you. Yeah, it takes a lot of prep.
6:30 then. So 6:30 then. So
you think 15 minutes is okay? Okay. So
no. So I say 6:30. I think a half hour. Okay. I get home at 6 o'clock. That half hour, you should be able to get everything on, right?
Y'all gonna be fire, bro. Y'all gonna be
and I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
Y'all gonna be fighting. I love G-Man.
Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Up in here, up in here.
They're gonna
Y'all
motivate
gonna
me to
make
start a
me
show.
go all out. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me act a fool. Up in here, up in here.
He's so random. He's so random. Cully, what up, baby?
Salute, y'all. How you doing, man?
What's going on? What's going on?
Brother.
Yeah, y'all gonna motivate
brother.
me to start a show, man. But it might not be Knicks related. But y'all gonna motivate me to do one.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
See-
Yeah, that's the main thing. That's the main
CP the
thing.
artist
Yeah,
is
man,
gonna start his
inspiring.
show. CP
Yeah,
the artist is gonna start his show. But you know what? Since I got experience with pretty ladies, you know what I'm saying? I ain't afraid of the challenge, you know what I mean? Y'all talk about, oh, if you had the most popular pretty girl in the world, how much stress it ain't no stress if you the man. You know what I'm saying? If you the
no
man,
stress
ain't
at
no
all.
stress at all, man.
bro. That's
Come on, you gotta own this, man.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
No, it's not. How many pretty girls have you dated?
Bro, you talking to Uncle Freezy?
Oh, you know. Okay, yeah, I forgot.
Not keep across the street.
Shout
right,
out to Miss Mocha too.
Shout out to Miss Mocha.
Right,
Shout
and
out to Miss Mocha.
would you tell CP the artist that he talking to Uncle Freezy that he not talking to Keith from across the street?
He forgot who you are, man.
You ain't talking to Keith from across the street.
He's talking to Uncle Freezy, not Keith from across the street.
Yeah, but Freezy, I never got a drink poured on me, man. Not in my life.
Right. Right. Because you ain't never been the heartbreak kid.
Exactly. Talk to him, please.
You must be the one.
I'm a heartbreaker, love taker.
Okay, Pat. Okay, Pat Benatar.
He been simping his whole life. He don't know nothing about it.
I ain't never been a simp, man.
Bro,
I came out the womb as a pimp.
Bro, you was simping on here one day.
Yeah, bro, hard too.
I was never simping on here.
On
what
here,
are you talking about? Can
I finish dissing Shannon Sharp? Or are you talking about your resident?
Oh yeah, please do, because I'm pretty upset about that. My bad.
Right. Yeah, man. What are we talking about? Shannon Sharp, legit, out of nowhere, starving for ratings, producer up his back. You know what I'm saying? And Shannon Sharp know what I'm talking about. When you're Pinocchio, you think that you're a boy, right? When you Pinocchio, you think that you're a boy. Guess what, Pinocchio? You're a puppet. Pinocchio, you thought you was a boy, Pinocchio. Geppetto was pulling your strings, Shannon Sharp. Geppetto is pulling your strings, Shannon Sharp. You think that you are a boy. Guess what? You are a puppet. And we know this. And no big deal. Listen, ain't no harm in that. Because puppets are built to entertain. Right? Puppets are built to entertain, Shannon Sharp. You are a puppet. Geppetto is pulling your strings, right? But you feel as if you are a boy. Shannon Sharp, you are not a boy. You are a puppet. And your strings are being pulled by a puppeteer, right? That puppeteer is Geppetto. You have big media pulling your strings in order for you to perform. You can't be yourself. You can't be yourself because the puppeteer, the string master, is making you do what it is that they want you to do. Okay? Right? It's not even a symbiotic relationship. Right? It's not symbiotic. Y'all don't share an agenda. Y'all don't share resources in order for one to be successful. Geppetto pulls the strings, Shannon Sharp.
And Skip Bayless.
Yeah. I remember when I first saw the format. When it was Skip Bayless and Woody, what's Woody last name? Y'all remember Woody, Crazy Woody from Cold Pizza? Remember they used to sit across the table and argue with each other? Yeah. Woody, Chat, help me out.
I forget his name. Yeah, I forget his name too, but I know what you're talking about.
Are you guys talking about in reference to what Shannon said to Mike?
Rappaport.
Michael
Rappaport. Yeah,
Rappaport.
that's why.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I don't get. That's why I'm not taking it too seriously. Because Michael Rappaport was out of line.
He's a clown too.
Oh, he's
And I think,
an absolute clown. He's an absolute clown.
He's a clown
so.
too.
So
My
that's
bad.
why I didn't get personal in that. I don't think that jig was at the Knicks, although he used stabs at the Knicks. But
Oh,
what
he
really
jabbed
wanted,
at us.
yeah, he really wanted Michael Rappaport to sit down and shut up, though. So
Mhm.
I ain't.
I think he was.
He
I
said,
think he was.
but he said stuff like,
Mhm.
Knicks fans,
Woody
are
Page.
y'all celebrate Woody Page? That's his name, CP.
Woody Page. Right.
But Shannon Sharp used terms like, "Hey, y'all still celebrating? When you're hungry, this is Shannon Sharp. These are Shannon Sharp's words, right? When you're hungry, you don't complain about the meal, you just eat." That's what he was referring to about the Knicks. Okay, go ahead, man.
Yeah, what I was going to say was, me living in the South, right? There is a strong Northern hate, and New York represents that. Okay, and Shannon is from the South. I've been living in the South. There is nothing but a strong hate for the North. Now, people who come down here, you
don't help.
gotta adjust.
You saying they don't help?
They don't help. What do you
You
mean?
saying people that come from the South don't help? Because
Yeah, there's a bias. There's a bias. There's an actual hate for the North.
And then when the
right?
people come from the North and they act like stock regular idiots, then they.
Yeah. Well, no. What I was gonna say is that, when you come down here, it's like, there's an adjustment period. You know what I'm saying? There's an adjustment period. There's like, a lot of tribalism going on. So Shannon's from the South. We know he's from rural South Georgia. So there's going to be a Southern hate. You know what I mean? Look at T.I. T.I. wanted to go on versus, not to go up against Jeezy, not to go up against his contemporaries in the South. He wanted to go up against 50. He wanted to go up against a New York City rapper. And because the South, they do feel like there's a New York bias, there's a whatever, even on the Joe Budden show, like whenever he talks about, a New York rapper, he gets hate from people like, oh, that's what, you got a New York City bias. So it's there, it's like what we were talking about last Friday about the media, is that the media, they're playing into all this hate. Because if the demographics say, oh, we hate the Knicks, so they're gonna hate the Knicks too.
Okay.
They're just playing.
I think
They're just the word is pandering.
right.
Yeah,
I
but
think
does that so because of that, that makes you got to be an asshole towards us? You know what I'm saying? A jerk.
I'm just saying. I'm
agreeing with what you're saying, but
my thing is live with it. Live with it. I mean, look, Kev. Look, Kev. Listen, you said you're going to start a show.
Yeah.
I think Freezy could probably attest to this, but I don't know. But you're not going to get everybody that's going to like you. Who cares? You focus on the ones that do like you. In this world, when you start any business, you got three people, right? Yeah. Ones that love you, one that hate you, and everybody in the middle. What's the largest group? I'll answer it for you. Everybody in the middle. Because the people in the middle, that's who you focus on to bring them over into them liking you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the ones that hate you, they're just gonna hate. Nothing. No one in this world is gonna go hate free. Jesus never even went hate free. That got me hot this morning.
Yeah,
man.
but the thing about it is, I guess you can have hate, but then also have an understanding of what am I trying to say?
Let me tell you something, man. No one's gonna understand, and who cares? It's like we got a movement of people trying to get rid of racism. Good luck with that. You wanna know why? Because hate is in our blood.
I agree
It's
with
like
that.
hate is in our blood. If you're a Knicks fan, be proud to be a Knicks fan, and wear your caps, wear your t-shirts, wherever you are on this face of the earth, and just be that. Why do we worry about if people don't like us? You know what I'm saying? Look at CP the artist.
But see, here's the thing.
I do not care
But
if
CP,
people don't like CP the
but
artist.
CP, you say that, you say that, but as us as or taking the Knicks, because that's what we're talking about. When you have the media spewing how we're a shit job and everything, shit of an organization, we'll say this, a bad organization, that's going to spread to everybody that's not a Knicks fan, and but then we'll also bring some of those Knicks fans into that thinking, and it's like, yeah, how can we get out of our own, of our own way, because already the perception is that we're a bad organization.
As CP a Knicks fan TV who I was fighting with on Twitter just an hour ago. He said, "You know what? Listen, channels like Blanche Tears, like his channel, whatever. This is the go-to. This is the go-to. Those like subscription-based TV channels are leaving because nobody's watching them. Nobody's watching them. They don't know what they're doing. Whatever, right? We have a home here in this space, Freezy's channel and other channels, whatever, where we can have these dialogues, whatever. Like I canceled my cable the other day. You wanna know why? Because I don't even watch it. I watch YouTube.
Right.
And I'm on here on day. If I want to get Knicks talk, I'm gonna have to go to YouTube because look, Skip and Shannon, what do they talk about constantly? Lakers, Cowboys, and
Yankees.
Yeah,
Yankees.
yeah, right. They go, yeah. And the topics that they talk about are not even relevant. But they have to talk about these things because it's part of the algorithm.
I also think.
But why? But why?
Ratings, man.
I think he was also directing that towards I think he thinking about the Knicks fans that be in the garden just wilding after the games. I don't think he knows that. I don't think he's even considering the realistic Knicks fans that's just sitting back enjoying the ride.
He was talking directly to Michael Rappaport. He was talking. Him and Michael Rappaport was going back and forth at each other.
Oh, okay.
Well, the part of the thing, and that's the reason why I bought the clumsy talker up to GI about 30 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago, about the guy who legit wants to have a point, has a lot to, because the one thing you can't discount is you've never seen Shannon Sharpe quiet.
Nope. Even
when Skip is talking, he's moving or making some type of noise because he can't help himself because he's a talker.
Yep.
Right? He's Skip would be talking, right? Skip would be talking, and Shannon would be twisting his shit, like something, doing something, right? Because he's a talker. But when you give the talker the microphone, they don't always have pertinent information to exchange in a conversation.
Who has a bigger mouth, him or Stephen A?
Stephen A by far.
Stephen A all the way.
Well, I would like to say that Stephen A is at one point was more thoughtful and more thought-provoking earlier on, the early Stephen A.
Right.
Bro, but when your ratings drop, your desperation rises. Because every man, and it's the reason why we have political parties. People want to protect their golden goose. Right? Why laws won't change? Because there's one side of people on one side of the law that need something, and there's a people on the other side that want to keep what they have. And Stephen A is in that side that wants to keep what he had. He has a good job at ESPN, the highest paid person, and he wants to maintain that, right? Even if it means getting outside of who he is as a person. right? Ain't no shame in that, because at the end of the day, ESPN is not sports; it's entertainment.
Facts.
ESPN, the cats at ESPN don't play sports. They don't play sports.
Facts.
They cover sports.
Yeah.
Right? They cover sports.
Yeah.
Right?
That's why and that's why they've switched to more of a political agenda,
right.
and that which is killing them.
Right.
They like I said on Twitter. I'm glad it was crazy because somebody retweeted me today, because I said like 2 weeks ago. I said ESPN will turn into the new MTV.
Yes.
Because MTV is gone. Nobody's watching.
That. Yeah, I remember seeing
Nobody's watching MTV for a reason, and people are turning away from ESPN because they one thing about sports fans is that we feel the unoriginality this is a big word to say.
I know. So see,
help me out.
So basically, the reason why we fell in love with ESPN was because at some point they were original and organic.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And when they got away from being original and
Authentic.
organic, when they got away from that,
when
they got away from being, you could feel it. You could feel the fact that they were not original and organic. Like no lie. When me and Cornerstone Kev and myself get together, there's a friendship there that you can't contrive. Yeah. You can't make it up. Like when Cornerstone Kev come on, I'll be legit happy to see him, and he get right into our bag. He get right at Parliament Funkadelic, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So that to me, that is real, right? That's real. I was listening to Flashlight this morning. Right? You know what I'm saying?
You're old head,
right.
Man.
Right. So but the thing is you can feel that chemistry, but ESPN puts two people together. See, it's not like back in the day when it was Dan Patrick and Keith Olbermann. Y'all remember that? On the 6 o'clock Sports Center?
Stuart Scott.
God rest his soul.
Man.
God rest his soul.
Yeah. See that felt organic to us. Back when Mike and Mike in the morning used to come on.
Right.
You remember Mike and Mike in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Mike and Mike,
that felt organic. They didn't always see eye to eye, but their chemistry was real.
Remember the sports reporters?
Yep.
Yes.
The sport. I used to love watching the sports reporters.
You're talking about on Sunday mornings, right? You're talking about Sunday mornings,
with Dick Shapp, Mike Lupica.
Dick Shapp, Mike,
Okay, who was this?
And Whitlock.
Dick Shapp.
Whitlock.
Dick Shapp. Is that the son or the father? Because they're both good.
That's the father.
Okay.
Dick Shapp is the father. Jeremy Shapp is the son.
Jeremy Shapp. Okay, both of them were good. And all that is gone. All that is gone. All that's
melted away. Now they have to resort to old school sports jock radio. A whole bunch of yelling and screaming. Yeah. And then at the end of the show, you're like, well, what did I take away from that?
No, you know what?
Absolutely nothing.
Freezy, no. What they've taken right now is a Jerry Springer type of thing. If you're yelling, if you're loud, that people will stay. And they also have taken the political leftist view because, look, corporations benefit off of emotions. You know what I'm saying? So now they're more in a social justice and wokeism. You know what I'm saying? That's just more polarizing, whether you think it's a benefit or not. It's more polarizing because people, they go to sports for an outlet, not to be reminded about what's bad around the world. If we want to do that, then we could watch CNN for 24 hours or Fox, you know what I'm saying, for 24 hours. We could do that, but we go to sports to get away from the polarization of America and an outlet, you know what I mean, to just enjoy ourselves. But I remember when with the Mike Vick thing, it was my first year here in Atlanta, and ESPN ran down to Atlanta, got anybody off the street. And when I talk about anybody off the street, they got anybody off the street and had a town hall. And it was a disaster. It was a disaster. And I don't know if anybody remember that, right? And that was like the downfall of ESPN, because they were being more salacious than they were, being informative and whatever. That Mike Vick thing, it was like the beginning, and I blame Disney, because Disney is the corporation that owns them.
Mm-hmm.
And Disney has no idea what they're doing when it comes to when they buy media outlets. That's why Marvel is going to be pretty trash.
What?
The way it's going to be
What?
trash.
What?
It's going to be
What?
trash.
What Marvel movie?
What? Yeah, what Marvel movie was trash?
No. I'm saying
none of them
it's
released yet under
going to
Disney.
be. Yeah, they're under Disney now. So now
They're under Disney now. Once the Avengers came out, that was when Disney had bought every.
No, they bought it after Endgame. That's when the deal.
No. They bought it after the first Avengers. The first Avengers.
Oh, they
Because
did?
If you look at it, after the first Avengers.
I guess the deal was official. I guess.
Yeah.
No, the deal with Fox was official.
Oh, I'm thinking of Fox.
Right.
That's probably
One
why.
with
You're right.
Fox.
I'm thinking of Fox.
Fox and everything.
No. I'm just saying, like, they're trying to appease more than the male 18 to 45 demographic. They're trying to get more liberal, as I put it, with their content, which is going to just drive away their base fans.
I don't think 18 to 45 is a demographic. I think 18 to 30, but you're right. They want that target.
No,
45 is not liberal. Very few 45-year-olds are extremely liberal.
No. I'm saying Marvel's demographic. The hardcore comic book reader and so forth and so on. The guys who grew up with the X-Men, who grew up with the X-Men and the cartoons.
Right, because they're separate entities. There's Marvel Comics, and then there's a Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah,
right.
Which are two separate entities.
Right.
But they're both owned by Disney, pretty much. Now there are certain aspects of Marvel that are still, like, let's say, Universal,
Sony,
and Sony. Yeah, exactly. That's why they had to come to that table to try and get Spider-Man into the MCU, and they kept going back and forth. Sony didn't want to lose their Spider-Man's their golden goose. Yeah, Spider-Man's their golden goose.
Right.
Any character that's with Spider-Man, a la Venom.
They're Rose Gallery.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So they want to keep that golden goose.
You guys are missing something, right? So Marvel, the comic book company, right? Back in I think it was the early 80s, they sold the rights to certain characters. So Fox got the X-Men, Marvel Universe, the MCU got some of the Avengers and so forth and so on, and it was this big melting pot. The
MCU is what's left over that they couldn't sell.
Yes,
the MCU is what remained. What they could not sell is what remains in the MCU.
Because when you look at it, real quick, because when you look at it, Iron Man, which was like the first MCU film, was by Paramount, and then the Incredible Hulk was
it was a joint venture with Marvel Comics, though.
Right, exactly. It's just that Disney came in and bought Marvel Comics and then bought those characters.
Yeah.
But like I said, your Spider-Mans, your Fantastic Fours, and your X-Men were by two different media giants in Sony and Fox. Once we bought Fox, then we were able to pull the X-Men and the Fantastic Four and some other characters into the Marvel Universe. The only one that we could not, that we're still working on, to get fully.
The two.
What?
The two.
What do you mean the two?
It's Spider-Man
and the Hulk, right?
Well, the Hulk is with Universal.
Right.
The Hulk is with Universal. The thing with the Hulk is the Hulk can appear in
Right.
any other Marvel movie except by himself.
Like a solo
Right.
movie, right?
Like a solo
Right.
movie. Exactly. Exactly. And also, I don't know if you guys noticed, but in Orlando, you have, of course, you have Walt Disney World, but you have Universal Studios as well.
Right.
Right.
Now, Universal Studios has a theme park called Islands of Adventure, where one of their
Right.
lands is devoted to Marvel.
Right.
Now, if you realize they can have any of those Marvel characters, walking about, you can take pictures with them and everything. In Walt Disney World, you cannot, even though Disney owns a lot of those characters.
Hey Kev.
Yeah.
Did you know that? For the Spider-Man, I'm sure you know that they came to a big disagreement with the last Spider-Man movie.
Yes.
They was like
yes.
I think it was
Indeed.
I think it was it Disney? Disney wanted like the first week's cut of the next Spider-Man's movie, I think, just for him, because it was something like that. Like they wanted a big cut, so that's why Sony was like, you know what,
Right.
we're taking him out the MCU again. It was something like that.
Exactly. And that would have caused a ripple, like a real ripple effect if they would have done that. But what they had to realize was that Spider-Man was going to make his money no matter what company he was with. So they had to just come to the table saying, listen, let's do a 50-50 split because it's going to make money no matter what.
Right.
And anything that spins under that, a la Venom, they're coming out with Morbius, the Living Vampire.
I can't wait for that Morbius movie.
Yeah, I can't wait for it either. But you see what I'm saying? Oh, and Carnage. So those are like characters that are going to make their money. And Disney and Sony had to come to the table and be like, listen, let's just split it 50-50. We both going to get our money. We both going to get the recognition. Boom.
But the problem was,
go
ahead, Uncle Frizzy.
Oh, so what I was going to say is before we got that far down the road and into contract talks, what I wanted to talk about is the reason why Marvel is in a situation in the first place.
By the way, I don't know what the hell y'all talk about with none of this. I guess you got me into this.
So
Old man.
The deal is coming out of the 70s. Marvel Comics had overextended themselves with too many characters, trying to sell too many characters. Across the board. And what happened is it diluted the popularity of its main characters. Like you had so many characters coming out. You had your Wolverines. You had your Silver Surfers. You had your
Fantastic Four.
Your Luke Cages, your Daredevil. You had your Hulks that was gathering so much momentum during the 70s. People could legit say that the Incredible Hulk was the most popular Marvel character during the 70s.
On the small screen, right? Yeah.
Because there's so many different because of toys. Because of Hulk toys.
Yes.
Right. And so what happened is they overextended themselves by the time the 80s got here. They were hemorrhaging money because there were only certain you could only do certain amount of storylines, bro.
Yes.
You can only hire so much
the creativity wasn't as strong back then as it is now.
Right. Because you didn't have that many mediums. All you had was comic books, TVs, movies,
and that's it.
And toys. Right.
Well, but did you have movies? That's the other thing. Did you really have movies?
And the movies were busts, bro.
Yes, they were.
The movies were
because
that
was ridiculous. That was ridiculous.
Captain America was supposed to be the flagship.
That was
and all his movies were trash. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Marvel Comics in the early 80s went to Detective Comics. We know them as DC Comics now, right?
Yeah.
So they went to DC Comics and was like, listen, we want y'all to buy us, right? We want y'all to buy us. The only thing we ask is that y'all leave us alone. We'll give y'all the majority of the money. All we want is our creative freedom to continue to build the Marvel universe and one day have the option to buy our way out of the contract. Right? You know what DC Comics told Marvel Comics? DC said, we're not going to help the competition. We would rather watch you die so that we can have the entire market to ourselves.
So we can monopolize it. Monopolize it. Yeah.
So Marvel Comics went to DC and said, man, please buy us so that we can stay in business. right? Just so that we can stay alive. And DC said, "No, are you crazy? We just put out Superman 2, and we have a Batman movie in the pipeline. We don't need to buy y'all." And
for a time, they were ruling the 90s pretty much with 80s 90s with Superman and with Batman.
And you know what? When they said that, the Superman movie, the original Superman that came out in the late 70s,
Christopher Reeve,
that came out in the 70s, was a blockbuster, even though it was whack when you watch it today. They had Wonder Woman on television with Linda Carter.
Linda Carter,
right?
Yeah,
and they had a Batman movie on the way with Jack Nicholson,
which was fire.
Right. So
him being the Joker was fire.
Yeah, but it wasn't out yet. It wasn't out yet. It was just an agreement. It was a verbal agreement. They were trying to put the pieces in place to put out the Batman movie, right? Yeah. And then there was a Captain America movie that came out that was whack. Whack.
Oh, that one was trash.
Oh, right.
That Red Skull was alright though. I like the Red Skull, the old one.
Yeah.
But it was trash.
So what happened is Marvel was like, you know what? Maybe we should sell the whole company.
Hey, Uncle Freeze, real quick. I don't know if you remember, but they also tried to do a Fantastic Four that went straight to video.
Because it was trash. Because it was trash.
Yes.
Right. Because it was trash. Yes. And then what happened was Marvel was like, you know what? Maybe we should sell off one character at a time just to keep the lights on. So they didn't sell Spider-Man to make money hand over fist. They sold it just to stay in business.
Stay in business, yes.
Right? Because they were putting out whack joints like with Thor. It was whack.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was
talking about when the Thor was with the Incredible Hulk.
Yes. And then other shows were killing them. I don't know if y'all remember Flash Gordon.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all remember Battlestar Galactica.
Yes.
These joints were killing Marvel, right? Killing Marvel.
Killing them left and right.
And so Marvel was selling off characters. And then what happened is they bought this small comic book company that owned the rights to this comic book called Blade.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
The smartest thing Marvel Comics did was bought this comic book company that had their flagship was a character named Blade. Right? And so Marvel was like, let's just do this Blade movie. Maybe we can get somebody that's hot right now to do it, and then maybe it'll keep the lights on for one more month,
a little bit more.
We just kicking the can down the road, and they put out Blade, and Blade was a smash, a cult classic, right?
Yes,
it wound up being a cult classic, and the dudes at Marvel was like, "Yo, well, maybe we don't need to do movies about our biggest guys. Maybe we could take the little guys, like
gritty guys."
Yeah, like maybe we could take like a Iron Man,
Daredevil.
Maybe we could take
Punisher.
Like Iron Man.
Punisher was never successful though.
But it wasn't. You're right, CP. You're right.
It was pretty good though on Netflix.
It was.
Yeah. That was the bomb.
That one was good. But the one with the guy from Rocky, he had played the Punisher. That stunk.
Dolph
Lundgren. That stunk.
But Kev, they said, you know what they said? This was the thinking. Yo, DC put out Batman about an arrogant rich billionaire, and they can't lose with it. They can't, no matter, man, bro. Batman had a movie. Batman.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They had a movie where they paid Arnold Schwarzenegger $25 million.
Right. That's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at.
For 25 minutes he got paid $1 million per on-screen minute.
And it was trash.
And it was trash.
Yes, it was.
It was trash.
Yes, it was.
But the movie still made money hand over fist compared to Marvel.
Right.
Oh
man.
And honestly, if Heath Ledger, I'm a fan of both DC and Marvel, but if Heath Ledger didn't kill himself, DC would still have a step on Marvel.
Well, see, here's the thing with that. Once DC saw
he didn't kill himself. He overdosed.
Oh, he overdosed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he overdosed
because he was taking the prescriptions for the role. But he didn't. My fault. That's my mistake.
No, it's okay. No, not at all.
If that didn't happen though, they would still have a step.
Well, here's the thing. once DC saw that Marvel was starting to really, come up, they said they immediately had to, go back to the drawing board. And the cliche now is, how many Batmans can you have?
Right.
How many Supermans can you have? Now, I'm going to be biased, but that Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and The Dark Knight Rises, Return. Yeah,
Whatever.
I was a huge fan of those. I like that storyline right there.
Right.
And you're right. If Heath Ledger hadn't passed away, I think his character would have been integral in other movies. As a matter of fact, you probably could have seen him in these spin-offs that was happening with Marvel, with the Suicide Squad, or
No.
well,
Wait.
CP. What I'm saying is, with Heath Ledger as the Joker in that, I think that would have, really boosted Suicide.
No, I'm just
It
saying.
definitely
I'm
would've
just
boosted
saying.
it.
I know. I'm just saying that was a Christopher Nolan. That was a Christopher Nolan franchise. He
Right.
directed all three of those. I believe it was all three. And
Yeah,
Christian
it
Bale
was.
didn't want to. And Christian Bale didn't want to do it anymore. And
Right.
you can't keep
But what I'm
beating a good. You can't keep beating a good thing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
what I'm
Like, you
saying,
have a good.
but
You
what I'm
got a
saying
good
is,
thing.
yeah,
You got a
right,
good thing, and you can't
right.
like be typecasted with it. You want to do
But the,
some other things. You know what I'm saying? So that
but
was the thing.
but the
And
thing,
then Snyder took over.
right,
Snyder took over and did his own rendition, and that's why
right.
we got the
That's
Justice
what we got.
League
What we got.
and
Yeah,
so forth and so on.
yeah.
And now we got a new Batman with what's
Yeah,
that
with the
Rob
guy
guy
Patterson.
from
Rob Patterson.
yeah,
Yeah, which
and that looks good. It looks
Nah,
oh,
good.
I
you
think it
like it?
actually look good, Kev. It looks good,
Really,
man.
really? Okay, all
Looks
right.
good.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it
That
out.
trailer look fire.
The,
You'll see.
yeah,
Did you
but
see Catwoman?
which
The
one?
new one? Yeah, they gave her Kravitz, Lenny Kravitz's daughter. She looked good,
Oh,
man.
Zoe.
Ooh,
Okay.
yeah, man. They on I saw on Instagram yesterday. They dropped
Oh, okay.
like a little not behind the scene, but a little teaser type of thing with her
Okay.
meeting. She looked good, man. She might be
Nah,
the best
Catwoman
All
did
right,
one.
look
I'll
good.
check it
Yes.
out. I'll check it out. But
She
the thing,
might be the best one.
yeah.
No.
But you mentioned Catwoman. The one with Halle Berry was trash. And
Yeah.
that's what I was talking about, with all of the misses that DC was putting out. As a matter of fact, I think DC's TV shows and
Yeah, the cartoons were better. Yeah.
the cartoons and the TV shows were much better than what the movies that they were putting out as of late, was what I'm saying. As
Right.
of late,
Green
like that.
Lantern was a
So,
flop.
oh man,
Oh yeah, that's
Reynolds.
trash.
That was a flop. He was a better Deadpool. At
Reynolds.
least he made up with Deadpool though.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So,
Yeah.
how about this? All right. How many minutes Knox and Frank gonna get tonight? Because it seems like Quickly and
Alec
Alex
Burke.
Burke are gonna be
Well, CP,
out.
you know who's gonna be happy. You know who's
Who?
gonna be happy.
Hoodie.
Yeah. You know he's gonna be happy.
And you know what's
Tonight.
crazy? The thing is, the Knicks got 5 guys that don't play. I'm always say this. They got 5
Yeah.
guys that don't play, and one of them may get time. That's Pele.
Right.
But
Right.
they got, like, that's already a disadvantage in its own regard. Like,
Yeah,
you need
either they play or RJ Barrett gonna play 48 minutes
Yeah,
tonight.
and I'm not
and
even
that's
seeing that.
guaranteed.
I don't want to see
That's
that.
my only problem with Tibbs, is that he doesn't use all of his resources.
Right. You got to exactly.
You gotta use your resources.
I mean,
As much
even
as go ahead.
if we're not gonna win, right? Because
Mhm.
we if we're not gonna win, at least you're going to
Give yourself a chance.
save your best players from injury.
Right.
Like tonight, if I'm looking at my depth chart and I'm seeing that my contributors are gonna be out,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put in Frank and what's the name just to play another day, because the most
Right.
important thing right now is the playoffs and being
Exactly.
healthy in the playoffs.
Exactly.
If we lose tonight, right? If we
Yeah.
lose tonight, right?
Yeah.
No big deal. Atlanta lost last night, right?
Exactly.
Let's fight another day. The most important thing right now is the playoffs.
Is the
And
playoffs.
be
Yes.
healthy and fresh for the playoffs. Because
Exactly.
what was happening, with these injuries, we saw Anthony Davis last night. Dude walked into the darn scoreboard or wherever it was, the little table, and twisted an ankle. It's like you don't want that for Julius and whatever.
He's always hurt, man.
You know what I mean?
And I'm telling you, CP and everybody, I'm gonna tell you right now, when the playoffs start, I think the Lakers, I think Brooklyn, I think maybe
Knicks, man. Knicks.
yeah. I think the Clippers, maybe not the Clippers, but I'll just say those two. Between Brooklyn and the Lakers, I think they're going to have the toughest time in these playoffs because they haven't had their whole team all together for the to build up that chemistry. Whereas teams like us, teams like Denver, maybe Utah, they've had all their guys playing together. I even think Atlanta's going to have a tough time because some of their key guys have been missing all season, almost all season.
Right.
And it's going to take time to develop that chemistry. That's
Portland,
why I
Portland,
give
go ahead.
Portland too.
Sorry,
No,
go ahead.
what were you going to say about Portland?
No, them too. They had McCollum and Dame. Every time somebody comes back, somebody goes. But go ahead.
Somebody goes. Right. Yeah. So that's why I think we're going to have the best success. I'm saying the best success because Tibbs hasn't gone away from his starting lineup. And aside from Mitchell Robinson, that starting five has been together for like pretty much the whole season.
But here's the thing, Kev.
Good point, Kev. Good point, yo.
Here's the thing, Kev. We gotta get into these playoffs at
full strength, right?
Health,
full health,
man.
Full
strength, man. I don't want to see Julius Randle or RJ in the game in a blowout, man. Whether we are up or we are down, man. It's look, we're gonna have this 4th seed. I believe we're gonna have this 4th seed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let's get out of this road trip healthy, bro. That's all I care about right now, man. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't. If we lose tonight, that's a if, right? I don't care. We got the Lakers and the
a W is a W though, bro.
Lakers and the Clippers next.
Stop it! It is, but in the grand scheme of things, right? We are up a game and a half, right? A game and a half, right? And we got to get into this playoff at full strength. That's all I'm saying because health is going to be wealth.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Well, I thought CP was finishing.
Yeah, I'm not going to ramble.
Probably mad. You sound like you mad.
I told Freezy. I was like, I'm going to shut up a bit. So.
No, I mean, I'm just mad because of I'm just thinking of the depth chart, man. I just want to see guys in. I don't like to see I really don't care to see guys play 48 minutes, man. I don't really care for that, man.
My thing though, I hear what you're saying, and me too. But they better utilize their time. Like I don't want Frank in there shooting air balls. You know what I'm saying? So forth and so on.
Hey! Don't talk about Frank, bro. Don't talk about Frank. Don't disparage Frank, bro.
You know another thing, not to cut you off, Freezy. Another thing that just came to mind, we're small. Like compared, like that game, like people talking about, they want to see the Knicks get to the finals or the Eastern Conference or whatever. That was a championship team we played the other day, man. You asked me. Yeah, that was a Western Conference heavyweight. Like, and they're bigger than us. They're bigger, more athletic, more lengthy.
I just got back on. Oh, what happened?
Oh, yeah, I can still hear me?
Hey, they trying to talk trash about Frank.
Oh, sorry.
I don't.
They trying to talk trash about Frank.
Let him. I don't care.
All I said was
Frank.
Let him. What you saying, CP?
What you saying is that if he does play, I want him to have meaningful minutes.
Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" CP the artist.
Here we go.
As flashy as he dresses, I'll accept that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he does.
Frank is a really sharp dresser.
Right.
I want Frank towards the end of the game to be on CP. That's who I want. I want him on CP.
I want Frank.
Pause.
I want Frank.
Yeah.
I want Frank to stop being a snazzy dresser and play basketball.
Well, he's got to get in the game first.
You gotta earn your minutes.
You
gotta earn your minutes, bro. You gotta earn your minutes. You gotta earn your minutes, bro. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you.
Get in the game.
I feel you.
He's got to get it. But yo, go ahead, CP. Go ahead.
Kev, what I was saying was that he should have some playing time today. But if he's going to have some playing time, I hope that he's effective. I don't want to see him shooting air balls. You know what I mean? So forth and so on. So I hope he's ready to earn these minutes with quickly.
We want Frank. We want Frank.
And Burkett. So they're out or they're just doubtful?
Doubtful, but they probably won't play.
Yeah, probably won't play.
Damn, man, we're such a small team, man. It just gets me mad, man.
Yeah.
Gibson's not a 5. Alec Burks is not a 3. Reggie Bullock's a small. He's a small 3. I don't know, man.
Reggie Bullock's not a 3, bro. Reggie
not
Bullock
a 3. Yo.
He's more of a tall 2.
Right. He's a
traditional 2.
Right. He's a jumbo 2.
Yeah, traditional 2.
And he and RJ. People think RJ is a 3.
RJ's not a
You know what's bugged out about the game at Denver when Malone put Aaron Gordon in to guard to guard RJ. He didn't even score at all. He didn't even score at all.
Aaron Gordon.
He didn't even score.
He didn't.
Right. He didn't score, but he was able to pull 2 fouls off of RJ in like the first minute.
Right.
That was
the game is not just scoring. It's you know what I'm saying. It's just not.
It is. Yeah. It is.
I hear what you're saying though.
Yeah.
They still blew us out without him scoring.
Yeah.
Man, like when I was in high school, man, we used to have this dude named CP the Artist play the 5 for us, right? And he was so soft, bro. He couldn't catch. He couldn't catch, block rebounds. But he was, but the dude was the most athletic dude in our entire high school as a 9th grader. The dude was 6'7" and 14 years old. Right.
All right.
And the most athletic. I'm talking about this dude can legit get at one baseline and backflip all the way to the other baseline under the other basket. Right? At 6'7". At 6'7", bro. He was on the track. He was on the track team. He was on the 9th grade 4x100 relay team at 6'7". Do you know what? Because how gravity works is the shorter you are, the faster you should be.
He's a runner. He's a track star.
Right. But at 6'7", this dude legit looked like Manute Bol with rocket packs on.
I can't with you, man. I can't.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And I call him CP the Artist because he got mad at me the other time. I told the story about me and him being on the 9th grade team. Y'all remember the dude I brought up, Kenny Washington?
Yeah.
CP, were you here for the Kenny Washington story? No? Okay.
Yes, I was. When
he mad at me. He is mad at me now, bro. And I'm like, come on the show. Come on, bro. What we talking about?
He was a former athlete, right? And he played with you? Yeah, I remember that story.
Yeah, and he was like, you be talking like he was that good, Uncle Freezy. You wasn't that good. And I was trying to tell him, bro, I didn't say I was that good. What I was saying was you were trash. You know what I'm saying? All that ability. 6'7" and legit 6'7" 9th grader. The most athletic dude in the entire school. Right? This dude, they put him on the track team for him to do the high jump, right? The dude could do the high jump at 6'7", bro. You on a high jump at 6'7"? Do you know how much coordination it takes to do the high jump? Bro, anybody in here ever ran track? I need somebody in here that
I ran track.
Yo, you remember?
I'm a 7-time All-American. My name is Ghetto Intellect.
Hi, Ghetto Intellect.
He's a runner. He's a track star. He runs away when it gets hard.
Hey, Gi, how many dudes 6'7" you ever saw in a lane on the line with you?
Dude, 6'2" dudes look awkward.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, they do.
Exactly. Yo, I'm telling you, the sprints are for the dudes that are in that 5'8", 5'9", 5'10" range. That's tall.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta be
Right.
short and stocky.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got and most importantly, fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's
you know
why.
what I'm saying?
That's why. Usain Bolt is a freak of nature
Right.
because he's like 6'5".
Yeah.
But
Right.
All right, so
even-
I gotta ask y'all something, man. I
even
gotta
with
ask you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go right ahead. Go ahead.
I was
Go
saying,
ahead.
even with Bolt, that's why his best races are like long, like the 400 and the 2, because even with the 100, it's still a little it's shaky because he doesn't hit his stride until later in the race.
And he's what you call a finisher.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
He's a finisher, bro.
Yeah. All right, I got to put you on the spot. Where should Julius Randle be on all NBA this year? Should he be first team or should he be second team?
First team- Go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say I had a point about Frank Ntilikina, and I think he got drowned.
Good.
Between
I'm
CP
glad.
Artist,
I'm
Kenny
glad.
Washington, Usain Bolt, and Julius Randle. So the thing about Frank is this: Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" Herb Williams.
Can we talk about something else? Can we talk about something else other than my boy, man? Hey, I'm not gonna be like Hoodie Cav and go out all limb for like he does for Knox. All right, man ain't playing. There ain't nothing I can do about it. My hands are my hands were never tied because I'm not coaching. I'm not, coaching. It is what it is. We're winning. I got no complaints. Now, again, I'll restate my question, Uncle Freeze. Where should Julius Randle be on all NBA? First team or second team? Well, I think he should be first team, but where do you think he will end up?
I think he'll end up second. But go ahead.
You gotta
So let's step back
asking
for a
me.
sec.
You gotta
go
start
ahead.
asking me. You gotta start asking me questions like that because I'm a homer. So whatever the premier option is for all of our players, I want the premier option. Period.
All right, so
That's how this works.
I like. So let me deal in reality then, because y'all shut me out for the past hour talking about this market. This Freezy gonna throw me backstage because I don't want to participate in that, or I can't participate in that competition. I wouldn't mind if I knew something. I mean, let's be realistic. Let's start with. I think it's guard, forward. I don't think they do a center. I think if you're a center and you get in there, but I don't think they lock in like guarantee that a center is making all NBA. I think they stop that. But in this case, the center is going to make all NBA.
Right.
Yeah.
So you got Jokic, right?
Yeah.
The guards, I ain't even getting into because that's
No,
going to be
not at all.
That's
Not
too
at all.
subjective.
Yeah.
That's too subjective.
But let's look at the forwards. All right. Man, hold on one second. I'm sorry.
All right, let me know when you're ready, Gi. I got something to say.
Hey, so CP,
What?
is Bumbleclot a curse?
Yes, it is.
Okay, why?
It is. I got to run to my client too, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll get to that answer tomorrow.
Give me a 6-pack, all right? Give me a 6-pack.
Why?
Why is that a curse?
Why is it a curse? I don't know why. I don't know the origins of it.
Because if it's patois, that's what it is.
Yes.
How is it a curse? And it's not. Okay.
Well, there's a lot of Spanish curses that you shouldn't.
What does
say.
it mean? What does it mean?
It's
in
like saying the
America?
F word. It's like saying the F word.
What?
It's like saying the F word.
Why are we getting into this now? What happened to us
All right,
talking about
Let me
Julius?
here's like okay
Because I was watching Belly, and my man said, "Who aren't wrong with Bumbleclot?"
Did you see that meme going around with Macri? When Macri
No.
he was reading. Okay, listen, Kev. So some Jamaican said on the chat, on his chat, he says something about we really got the Knicks really got the Bumbleclot,
Bumbleclot.
right? And Macri tried to read that, It was the funniest thing to this day. To this day, they're using it. But here's a question
Oh
before we
God.
got the
Oh
Kings of
jeez.
Comedy in the thing. I'm gonna give him the floor. Should Julius Randle beat out LeBron James for the first team?
Yes.
Because okay.
I don't know why this is even a debate. What are we talking about? What are we even talking
We
about?
are talking about we I think everybody, well, I don't know about some people, but my belief is that Randall should be on first team All NBA.
He should be.
But I think he's going to make the second team because of politics.
Bro, listen, LeBron James plays with a dude named Anthony Davis.
Yep.
And he hardly played this year.
Hardly played this year.
Hardly
But-
played
Hardly
this year.
played.
And when you look at LeBron's numbers, are they classic LeBron James numbers? No.
No.
Right? Julius Randle plays with, who's the second best player on the Knicks?
Derrick Rose.
Is Derrick Rose comparable to Anthony Davis?
No.
No.
Right. So if you take into account that Julius Randle does more with less,
Yeah.
then there is no argument at all.
Exactly.
Right. So even
it's
Giannis.
one thing about the MVP. It's one thing about the MVP. It's another thing when it's all NBA.
What about
It's another
Giannis?
thing.
Who's the second best player on the Bucks? Drew
Middleton.
Holiday.
Oh, Drew Holiday. Okay.
Drew Holiday.
I was gonna say
Either
Middleton.
way.
I was gonna say Middleton. Yeah.
Either way, are those two players comparable or better than Derrick Rose?
Oh, never.
You don't like Middleton over Rose.
I'm sorry.
Middleton over Rose. Yeah, Middleton at this point.
Yeah.
In his career, I would.
Yeah.
Slight
I'm
edge.
sorry.
Slight
Right.
edge.
Yeah. I was thinking about LeBron and AD. I was thinking about
But those are the forwards. Those are the
Right.
two contending forwards with Julius Randle, right? So
Yeah.
Julius Randle's second and third best players are named Derrick Rose and RJ Barrett,
right.
right? Giannis's two supporting players are named Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday. So if you take into account that Julius Randle does more with less talent,
Yeah.
then there is no discussion.
There's no discussion. Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Right? Now,
Right.
Giannis is MVP caliber and makes Middleton and Holiday better, but these guys are all-stars in their own right. You could make an argument that Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton would be all-stars even if they wasn't playing with Giannis. So if Giannis had a season-ending injury, right? Would Chris Middleton still make the All-Star team? Yes.
Yeah.
Could Drew Holiday make the All-Star team? Some things would have to flow right in his favor.
But he could.
But it could happen.
It
right?
could happen. Yeah.
But would RJ if Julius Randle went down, would RJ Barrett be an All-Star?
Nah.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what. That's a tough one, but for me. But hey, before I get into it, I gotta wash my hands. You know what I mean? Before I come to the breakfast table. You know, hey. Good morning to everybody, man. Hey,
Good morning. Brother. How you feeling, bro?
Man,
How you feeling?
I can't complain. That's my man, Hooded Kevin Bed, man. Hey, Kev, what's going on with your partner?
I was awoke. I was awoken.
Answer the question, bro. Answer the question. He asked you how you doing.
I'm well.
All right, man. All right, man. Freezy, what's going on with your man? And hey, Cornerstone, man. Cornerstone, I hear you this morning. I hear you, CP the artist. You know what I mean? On the blackout, got the blackout cover. You know, hey, CP, you reminded me of my man on that show, man. My man on that, what is it, Home Improvement?
Wilson.
You hear the voice, but you don't see the face.
Wilson.
Yeah, man. And who's the S person? Who's S?
It's Shine.
Man, what's going on, Shine? What's going on with your partner? Man, man.
Hey, Ron, CP is too cool for us. That's why he don't show his face. He's too cool. So
Man, the ops is watching, man. The ops is watching.
That's right. I know. I'm messing with you.
Salute, salute.
Hey, G Money, what's
Good morning,
happening, man?
good morning.
What's happening, bro? How you feeling?
What's going on, G Money?
Hey.
What's going on?
Hey, if you need stats or something, go to G Money. He'll
I
let you
don't
know.
only bring numbers. Don't say
I
that.
know, but you
I
good,
know,
man.
I know you mess with me.
And that's the
Let's say
walking
context.
computer. The walking computer,
right.
aka the walking encyclopedia.
Thank you. That's better. Encyclopedia. That's better.
Y'all remember Encyclopedia Brown?
Encyclopedia.
Hey, Kev, you remember Encyclopedia Brown?
Yeah.
Remember that? You remember 10 Speed and Brown Shoe?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey,
Yes,
Freezy,
sir.
you just make me remember when the Encyclopedia Man was coming on the island, man. Selling them encyclopedia.
Had them thick books. Had them thick books. And everything.
Hey, man, I still got the set at my mama's house, man. When I
Oh,
go home,
stop.
man, I look at that thing.
Stop.
Shit.
Stop.
It was blue.
Stop.
Mine was blue and silver.
Stop.
Right.
Yes,
Ours was burgundy and gold.
Yours was burgundy and gold?
No, mine was
Burgundy
blue
with the
too.
gold trim.
Mine is blue and white. Yeah, mine is definitely blue and white.
When I had them reports there, I go digging them books, boy.
Yeah, man. Hey, Kev.
Yes, sir.
So how many? So I'm talking to Hoodie. Kev, how many hours of sleep did you get?
Unfortunately, 3.
What? You should be good for the rest of the day.
Definitely not.
Hoodie Kev, Kev, I have to ask you, how old are you?
I'm 35.
You're 35. Okay, he's all right. He's all right. People like me,
35.
People like me, and a couple of the people here on this panel. We
I'm
can't.
45 and I look younger than you.
Whatever, but you're not 50 yet. No. Until you get to 50, then you'll understand.
I'm just saying.
Once you get to 50, you'll understand.
I was.
Yo, it's Andre Drummond. It's Andre Drummond. Andre Drummond.
What'd you say, G Money?
What's good, y'all?
What's going on, man?
Hey, what's good, boss?
What's good, man?
Hold on.
What's
so,
good?
If I may, so I would still be asleep right now at this very moment, not knowing what in the world is going on.
Who you gonna blame?
Now, somebody was like, "There's somebody on," and I was like, "Oh, they on," because every time I come around, they hiding, even though they talk more drunk than Fred G.
Oh, I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm staying right here.
You know,
I'm staying right here.
Now,
it's not my fault that your show. It's not my fault that the show starts at 11:45 because at 11:45 I'm in the bed. All right.
Vampire hours.
Get up next morning. Exactly. Now, if you want to come towards me, come at me, in the morning, I'm all here, and everybody knows.
He want me to come in when I'm not 100% because I've been up 6 hours doing the show previously.
It's choices, brother. It's choices.
Giving the people what they want.
I choose to sleep. As much as I want to come on, I'm regulated to listening to this in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm regulated to listen to the morning. And while I'm driving down my road listening to this, because I'm not watching, Ron, not watching. As I'm listening to this, I'm pulling out whatever hair I have left on my head because you're so mad at me, Hoodie. You're so mad at me.
Hey, Kev, seriously, Cornerstone, seriously, man. Please make sure you don't be on that camera, man.
No,
seriously,
I'm
man.
not on the camera. I'm not on the camera at all.
And I tell you this because I don't know if you know, man. I just lost a childhood friend.
And I'm sorry, and I'm greatly sorry for your loss, man.
And
sorry.
And some of the suspicions is, man, that he might have been doing something else.
Really?
When he hydroplaned.
Really?
You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Just make sure, man. That's why, hey, if anybody, I'm gonna tell you right now, anybody come on my show and I catch you in the car riding, hey, I'm gonna have to clip your video. I'm gonna have to clip that video, man. I'm gonna tell you what would hurt me more than anything is for me to be on live and somebody talking to me and they're on the video in their car. Yeah. And next thing you know, they crash and they're gone.
They're crashing, they're gone. Yeah.
Because it can happen just like that. You know what I mean?
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I went and got me some hands free, so I'm good. I'll just listen.
Plus
I'll just
ain't that against the law in most states?
Right.
You see how Ron is trying to spin it? You see how Ron is the Godfather / the Emperor all rolled up into one. He is a Sith Lord from Star Wars. He is a Sith Lord. A Dark Lord.
I'm gonna tell you, man. I can't let you go at this one. Though. I look at you, man, and all I'm getting right now is State Farm commercial vibe, man. Kev for State Farm.
You're right. What you wearing? Khakis?
Wait.
What you wearing? Khakis?
I'm wearing jeans. See?
Well, shout out to
It must be, listen, it's probably because it's Casual Friday.
Oh
no,
yeah.
Actually, we haven't had a full staff in here, so that's the reason why I said, screw it. I'm gonna wear my jeans. We won't have a full staff in here until the fall. Once we have a full staff in the fall, then that's when you'll see me in like a nice shirt. Yeah, suited and booted. There you go. Suited and booted. But right now, but to Hoodie's point, he is right. It is casual, quote unquote casual Friday today. So
True.
So Kev, you missed the conversation. We were just talking MCU and DC Comics.
I'm going to quote something that I think suits me. I'm going to quote the great Commissioner Jim Gordon.
Well, what you know?
Because he made a statement, and it's about me. I am the hero that Blanche Tears deserves.
Oh,
I'm not the hero that it needs. So y'all are gonna hunt me. Because
I'm like, where's this going? Like, where's this going?
I'm not a hero. I am the guardian of Lauren's tears, the watchful protector. Jim Gordon, circa 2008.
But you know what? Hey, Freezer, I heard y'all talking before I got on, but them superhero shows and stuff, man.
Yes, sir.
You know what they went wrong at?
Well, who went wrong?
With all these shows, man, with Marvel, all of them. You know, when it came to, like, especially, that Transformer movies and stuff, man. You know what they messed up at? Ain't nothing wrong with going to dig back in them crates, man. Y'all got all the intel from all them cartoons we was watching, all them storylines.
Right.
Man, there's no reason for them to mess that up.
Right.
Go back and use those storylines. I remember it was one when, I always remember this one when the Autobots fell in some liquid and they couldn't transform no more.
Right.
But the Decepticons was straight.
Right.
You know what I mean? Go grab some of them stuff from back in the days, man.
Right.
But they own the rights to it.
Yeah.
And think about it. If you 12 years old and younger, I would say even 20 years or younger, you don't know them storylines.
Right. They brand new to you.
Exactly. And tell me anybody in our age bracket who would be opposed to seeing any of those stuff come up on the big screen. I know I wouldn't.
I would because that's unoriginal. I want new storylines. I don't want to see like the same origin film of like
CP,
Batman over and over again.
You probably won't even remember.
Yeah, CP. Yeah,
a lot of that stuff you wouldn't. even remember.
We got Google.
CP when CP was growing up. When CP was growing up in Zamunda, when he had his caretakers taking care of him, waking him up in the morning, snapping for the symphony to play for him to brush his teeth.
Watching the royal people.
I know when I say that, and I know when I say that, I know Hoodie Cav gets jealous because he grew up spoiled like that. And
No, definitely did not.
Look, man, Hoodie Cav, let's not do this, man.
35. You're right. You are right. Youngin, man.
Not do this.
So Cornerstone.
He's a youngin.
So Hoodie Cav feels like his street cred would be compromised if people know that he grew up with a nanny.
That is,
bro. Embrace it. Embrace it, but be yourself, man.
This is also
Hey, we
false
get
information. There
Bro.
was no nanny whatsoever.
Oh,
Because the reason why we all get along is because we come on here and we be ourselves. This is a safe place. This is a safe place for you to be yourself. Don't portray some image like you grew up on 125th. You know what I'm saying? And your pops was slinging dope. Don't come in here with that, Kev. Because we know that's not true.
What's that? Hey, Rob, what's that song?
Yeah.
I told you that's Clyde's theme music, man.
Yeah. Hey.
Curtis Mayfield.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
And what was that other song? Meet me on Don't Cross Over 21st Street. What was that one?
You talking about
Bobby Womack.
That's Bobby Womack.
Just cross 110th
Street.
Yeah.
Where all the hookers are cheap.
Yeah. So Cornerstone.
Yeah.
Hoodie wants to come on and portray this image of something he's not, and I tell him to keep it real, bro. We love Hoodie Kev for
I
years.
legit can't portray somebody who had a nanny because I never had one.
Okay.
110th Street. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know where this narrative came from.
I don't know either, but I heard y'all telling the story, and it shocked me because I thought you came from like, you know what I'm saying, the background of us, which I don't care what people's background is, man. This is a safe place.
Yes,
Freezy,
exactly.
Freezy heard me tell a story once, and I had mentioned, my family house.
Bam. And so the deal is, bro, if you had a nanny packing your lunch and driving you to your school, there's nothing wrong with that, bro. Because we all come up different.
He didn't have a nanny. He didn't have a nanny. He didn't have a nanny. He had a butler.
Man, you've been big time at my school.
No.
You pulling up like that? You ain't like that yellow banana bus?
Right.
I pulled up.
Because I grew up in I grew up in Jersey City, man. I had to walk 8 blocks to Whitney M. Young Jr. School, PS15.
Come on.
I had to walk through other people's hood to get to school.
Come on.
Right?
Come on.
Come on. I had to ride the school bus. It took about 30 minutes to get to the school.
Come on.
And then during the summertime, my mom used to ship us down south, down to Fairfield County, where we played ball in the red clay dirt all day. And ate blackberry. Now, if you don't know about South Carolina and red clay dirt, bro, if you got anything white and you step on that red clay dirt, it's ruined. It's ruined, bro. Ain't that you can wash it 52 times.
That same Georgia
time.
Georgia the same thing.
I'm telling you, bro. I remember I got white puff Nikes for Easter. No lie.
Oh, no.
White Nike Cortez. You know Nike Cortez, right? So white on white puff Nikes.
Ooh,
and then the white
was sharp.
Yes, and I had the white fat shoestrings in them. And my mama said, "Boy, don't you take them shoes down south?" And I snuck them in the bag anyway. And when I say I saw my cousin Gigi and Rico and them outside, and I got at the car and I started playing in them white shoes. They were ruined, bro. They was pink by the time the summer was over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that clear ruined them, man.
Yeah,
man.
But Hoodie Cav grew up. They didn't have red clay dirt, bro. They had manicured lawns and all that stuff. Ain't no shame in that. There is no shame in that, bro. Because we all grew up
for money.
Did not listen. When I mentioned my family house, I meant a house that used to be a slave shack that over the years grew into
Kev, you don't need street
decent
cred,
home now.
Kev, you don't need street cred, bro. This is a safe place.
We don't judge
you.
Cody Kev, you grew up on a plantation. Come on now.
Listen,
grew up on a plantation.
All jokes aside, Hoodie Kev.
No.
I'm gonna take Cornerstone. All jokes seriously, man. Where I grew up at is every place in Beaufort County is called on Sahon Island. There's nothing but plantations.
Is that right?
Straight up,
Wow.
straight up.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, my family on my mom's side and my dad's side, slave is documented. You know,
Oh wow.
slave
Okay.
is in our family. Matter of
Oh
fact, a
wow.
portion of land going to Land's End, where I grew up at, place called Brisbane. My family they bought it.
I'll be right back, guys.
From the slave owner, sharecropped and everything, man.
Yeah.
And like my mom and them, man, their family they grew up poor. I mean, dirt poor, like hole in the
Dirt
roof,
poor.
hole in the roof, catching bucket catching water.
Right.
You can see through the floor.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's how my mom
right.
grew up, man. Dirt poor. I couldn't even imagine that. You know,
Yeah.
I couldn't even imagine.
Yeah.
So
that's my family too, man. Fairfield County. Fairfield County, bro. And even where I live at in the PD, so I come from a line of Freemasons, right? They rampant in my family. Whatever. That's not a big deal. Right. But what happened is they grew up like the men were sharecroppers. They were so poor. But what they did though is they took these resources and helped the community with it. Right. Because some families were better at sharecropping than others. Right. Some families wasn't even eating. It's like my grandfather now, not my grandfather, I'm sorry. My great grandfather legit had to take bananas and flour and potatoes and chickens to other people just so they can make it through the season. Right? Because some people were good at it, and some people it's just like everything else.
Yeah,
it's just like everything else. Some people be good at like Ron Cleveland is good at this, right? This meeting we on Ron, whatever, man.
I ain't Snake Kellerman.
No. But he ain't good.
Ooh,
He's blessed.
Looking
he
sharp.
Ain't good. He blessed.
Right? Look at Sharp over there.
Yeah,
trying to look sharp.
Look at Taj Gibson. Where your goggles at?
He do give the Taj vibes, man. I'm seeing a little bit of Common when I look at him too.
I see some Kid Cudi.
Yeah. But Freely, man, I'm gonna tell you, when you talk about pulling resources together, man, and I'll give you all this little quick history, right quick, man. I love history, by the way. That was my favorite subject. The families, man, on the island where I grew up, like it was like polar opposites. Now, my dad's side of the family, my grandfather, he came from Savannah. Like the Clevelands, they started in Savannah, Georgia. You know what I mean? He met my grandmother, and that's how he got to Buford. And so, but he had money. You know what I mean? He would. Matter of fact, my granddad built a house on the ground up, 5 bedrooms, 3 bath, and it bugs me up to this day. That house still there. One of my aunts got it. They remodeled it and stuff, whatnot. But back then, what they would do, they would go to the river and go shrimping or crabbing, getting them blue crabs or whatever. And I mean, they literally, I remember as a kid, like all the older guys, they would get together, man, and they would get tons of shrimp. And they'll meet up in one central location, and they'll start heading those shrimps, and they'll just give them out to everybody. Everybody in the neighborhood.
So family can eat.
So family can eat. And what they did that was so profound, man, and you can look it up, man. Ted Turner tried to butt. I told the story to some people before, but my family is a part of Ayers property. Y'all know what Ayers property is. You know what I mean? That's where a bunch of family get together and they buy land. Right. So
and he means heirs. He means Heirs.
Yeah. Not your hearing aid or nothing like that. You know what I mean? I know my Gullah accent can come out at times. But
really? I never noticed.
But yeah, they bought over 400 acres of beachfront property for little or nothing. And Ted Turner had actually tried to get the land. They was going to develop it and turn it into a mini Myrtle Beach. But because it was Ayers property, area. He couldn't get it.
Right.
Couldn't get it. Place called St. Helena Island.
Right.
It's on St. Helena Island. Matter of fact, where I grew up at, some people know this, some people don't, but it was the first school. They have a festival in November, the first weekend in November. It was the first school in the country for freed slaves.
Oh, wow.
And Martin Luther King actually penned part of I Have a Dream speech there.
Oh.
Yeah.
History.
Yeah. A lot of movies been made in Buford too, man. Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump, yeah.
My daughter was gonna go to school down there. So there's
USCB
called USCB, right? I I got in my man. Listen, we got in that F-150 in Florence and drove to Beaufort, bro. You talking about the craziest ride? Because and
You
Robert
get
tell you
lost.
when you get on 95, bro, anything can happen. So we got on 95 and a truck turned over about a half a mile in front of us and blocked the road. And so we just standing out there on 95. It looked like a zombie apocalypse movie, right? It looked like one of them asteroid movies. We just standing out there. I'm sitting on top of the truck because we ain't gonna go nowhere. Listen,
Hanging
was
moss.
a car. Yes, man, it's crazy. But man, listen, USCB was beautiful. It's small, but it was beautiful though. But anyway, I just said that. Just throw that in. But Kev, you don't have to be a star, baby, to be in our show.
So again, hold on.
You don't have to be a star,
hold on.
baby.
Like I said, when I brought up my family house, it's not my. Look, that's an interesting story. But again, this is a house that's been in my family since slavery.
You don't have to brag, bro, about your assets.
That
you don't have to brag about your
technically
assets,
technically it isn't.
Yeah. I mean, I understand y'all got a portfolio. Y'all got a portfolio.
Wow,
Y'all
I don't
got a
know
lot
what
of assets
portfolio
in it. But listen, all of us, bro, we lunch. This is the lunch pail crowd.
So
right
hold on.
now.
So my mother was telling me,
Kev, I'm legit gonna go in the kitchen and make my own sandwich.
So there's nobody else in my house. It's just me. I can't ring a little bell and summon somebody. Okay, that's not what happens.
It's Friday. It's Friday, bro.
Okay, I'm back,
Friday
man.
is fun
What
day.
you saying? What you saying? I'm back.
Legit, my mother, because my mother is, y'all age, maybe a little older.
What?
She was telling me,
Wow.
Kevin, if your mom is
see this, Ron?
47, something wrong.
No, she's not. My mother is. She won't like this, but she is pushing 60.
I bet you
she was telling me.
I bet you, yeah.
No, not at all.
So, Kev, can you stop talking about yourself so I can talk about Frank Ntilikina?
She was legit telling me in the late 60s.
And I want to throw this.
Please, I don't want to talk about Ntilikina.
In the late 60s, early 70s.
Let's talk about Ernie Johnson for a moment.
She was a little girl, and when she was a little girl, they had an outhouse, and I was so like, an outhouse. What in the dickens? I couldn't imagine.
What in the name of Fred and Barney?
Having to go outside to a little hut to use the bathroom. Because that's not down. I'm like, y'all have indoor plumbing. And she's like, no, that was just added in like 1975. That was a luxury. I'm like, oh goodness grief. I can in 75. What's happening here?
It's crazy, Kev, how you think about it, right? Because it's all about timing, right? When we come in the world. I think about it like me and my dad.
Hey, what's up,
my
Dominic?
dad are 20. We're 20
What's
years
up, Knicks
apart.
fam?
You know what I mean? And so
What's
I
up,
look
school
at
shooter?
that, and I think about that with my mom. I was like, me and my mom is 19 years apart. And for her to come up the way she did, and then I look at my life, total opposite.
Right.
Total opposite.
Right.
Even the type of money they was making back then was nothing in the options, you know what I mean, that they had. It's crazy. It's crazy just in that short period of time.
Yeah, that's why I'm just like.
Why are you crying, CP? CP, why are you crying? What?
You didn't hear the joke I said. I can't repeat it.
What's up, Free Keith? How you doing, bro? How you doing?
Don't do it. Don't do it again, CP. Let it go.
So here's the thing.
What happened in the night, Free Keith? It's gonna be a power outage in Phoenix. You know they like to have power outage down there.
Yeah.
I want to throw these things in there.
You talking to the wrong guy. You talking to the wrong guy because you know what you know my ass.
I want to say something real quick, please. G Money, go ahead, G. Go ahead,
My
G.
guys look hungry, and that's food. That's it.
Okay.
I'm with you. I'm riding with you on that.
Food.
Go ahead, G Money.
Okay. Ernie Johnson did say the Jazz will make the NBA Finals. What do you think about that?
No.
I don't care.
I'm gonna tell you, your boy.
I think they can do it. I think the Jazz can make the NBA Finals.
Who cares?
I don't care.
Chris
is this
on
Jazz
the
in the
Chris
morning?
Oklahoma.
No, I'm just want to say something. Yeah. Just get an update.
Wait, G Money. A couple weeks ago, what team was it you said that we had no chance of beating?
Tonight, the Suns.
The Suns.
Yeah, the Suns. Yes.
Are we on the elevator?
I think it was another team too, G Money.
I feel like it was another team. I feel like it was another.
And he said,
I feel like it was another
wrong.
team. We had a big thing about it. We had a big thing.
Well,
like,
yeah,
yo,
who
like,
was it?
oh,
Who was it?
Wait
It was
a minute.
Memphis.
Wait a minute.
Memphis.
Wait a minute.
Memphis.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I gotta come to G Money's.
Hey, yeah.
Okay.
He'll admit when he's wrong. He'll admit when he's wrong.
That's
I
all
just
we
haven't
saying.
been
That's
on
all
for a
he's
while.
saying.
He might have.
Okay, here's the thing.
And nobody is right all the time.
Exactly. Here's what I'm not right all the time. I've been wrong plenty of times in my life, and I admit when I'm wrong.
It. Yeah,
Exactly. No excuses. Listen,
Exactly.
I gave us a shot against Memphis. I thought we'll lose, though. I thought we'll be competitive against
That was a
Memphis.
game.
I thought
Yeah,
we'll
that's
lose.
right.
No, there was someone
I was
we were
wrong.
talking about.
That was a fact.
There was a team we were talking about, and you said we had no
It's
chance.
Phoenix tonight. In my opinion, it's Phoenix.
We have we have no chance of winning. So
Tonight, yes. Just for this game tonight, yes. The Clippers, the Lakers, the rest of the games, I give us a shot.
I think.
So
I
we
think
have
we'll win.
absolutely no chance of winning tonight.
Nah.
For me, tonight, no. Tonight, no. I could be emphatically wrong, and
you'll
I'm
admit
wrong,
that the next
I'll
day.
come here. I was wrong again.
Yeah, exactly. But see, here's
I'm
the
going out on a limb
difference.
for y'all with this one, man. Tonight, blowout. I'm calling it.
Without Emmanuel Quigley and Alec Burks,
do you know? Think about the layers to why I'm saying this. I know people say, well, IQ hurt and Burks been out anyway. IQ comes in and IQ plays, but the thing is, what I'm thinking about with the layers, we got embarrassed by Phoenix, even though it was a close. Numbers would say it was close, but the way they beat us, them boys was embarrassed by that. All that celebrating they was doing in the Garden. That Bridges kid talking trash.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Hey, them boys remember that. And then on top of that, we really got embarrassed this last game in Denver.
Exactly.
Them boys coming out tonight. They're coming out
tonight.
Exactly. But the thing about it, G Money will, when we do win, G Money will come on the next day and be like, and we'll say,
nobody here jumping on his back, like, relax, man. You don't need to be.
That's what it sounded like. So that's why I was just coming to you.
That me and G Money spoke about weeks ago.
Okay, all right.
Me and G Money, you don't need to.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying.
Hey, please.
I understand.
Put that can back.
Hey, Cornerstone.
Yeah,
you need to take that brown bag out of that desk drawer, man. Before they catch you,
breathe.
That office with that brown bag.
and breathe.
Your new name, again. Your new name is Darth Ron.
No, man, no.
Because you are
like Kev look like he need a hit every now and again.
I'm gonna tell you though, I'm just of the mindset this game tonight, man. I just really feel like we were embarrassed, and normally when we get embarrassed, and it ain't been too many times.
Who gets off the pine? Who gets off the pine first?
We bounce back
Frank.
in a major way. Who gets off the pine? No, I'm going out on a limb tonight.
Frank.
I'm going out on a limb now.
And potentially Knox.
Kevin Knox.
You say Kevin Knox is off first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Man,
it won't be.
Knox is trash right now.
If Randall and
right now, bro, let's let him
going early, it's a wrap.
Say again, Freaky.
If Randall and RJ get going early, it's a wrap.
Yeah, because you know what D-Rose gonna bring.
I just want to say this thing real quick about Knox. The Knox thing, Knox is trash right now. Let's let him incubate, right? Let's take Knox completely off the table and let him get rehabilitated by Tibbs. And the Knox of next year
I
is
find
going
it
to be
hard
a
to be
different
mad
player.
at Knox, at Obi, at Frankie. Like I just can't be mad, yo. I'm just like not mad. Like this team. What I am getting in a totality from this team, I'm just not mad. Like cool, let Knox bubble. Like like seeing what's going on now. Like yo, like I want to unwrap that gift next season. Yeah. Like let me unwrap the Obi gift next season after a full off season. Let me
can I get a gift? Hey, Free Keith, can I get a gift right now? I'm gonna say this. I think the winning formula is Elfrid Payton scores 20.
Oh yeah.
If Elf scores double digits tonight, if he scores if he scores 15 and up, we won the game.
Right.
He needs to.
Period.
He needs to, exactly.
And I'm not even saying like that he's going to be the winning player, but if that's the play we're getting from him tonight, we're winning.
But Free Keith, I'm gonna tell you in that last game, and I said it yesterday. I like in that starting lineup, and anybody we're gonna be objective, totally objective. That last game against Denver, we played like trash. That starting unit was terrible. The only person who showed up,
no energy.
One person showed up, and that was Alfred Payton. Everybody else in that starting lineup did not have no energy.
This is the thing that people don't respect. Like they like to count numbers, but they don't really look at how. This is why I dig it. I know I was taking shots before, taking shots for this before, but like a guy like Ron Baker, I respect a guy like that.
I love
Ron Baker.
That's a guy. That's a guy that comes to work every day, ready to play. Like he's putting it all on the line. He might be the trashiest talent wise, this, that, and the other, but you're getting 100% from him every night. Like, and that's what to me, like that's what Elf is like. Yeah, he ain't gonna hit he might not hit the shot, but you getting that energy from him. These guys sometimes is like they take nights off. Like you look at the numbers, RJ and Randall, horrible nights. Horrible nights.
They have too many of them together. Shout out to Boogie. Boogie brought that up yesterday. He said
if Randall and RJ have a horrible night,
both of them off at the same night,
we're lost. If they're off the same game, if they're both off the same, we lost.
Yeah.
Period.
Our margin for error is still short. As dominating as the offense has been as late, averaging 118, we're still flawed offensively. Don't get it twisted. We're
flawed because of consistency. Like that's the thing.
Exactly.
Okay, so now that I have all y'all here, what are y'all giving Randall? What are y'all giving him? Because
I said 25, 30, around
140, whatever. I think
so. You're not even doing the extension. You're actually giving him the money right then and there.
I was hoping it would work out where like we could hold them off until like that money comes out of the like that money doesn't have to come from the salary cap.
Right.
I was hoping we could hold them off until that, but like if that extension have to come, like he's getting the bag, and I'm giving it to him with a smile.
What about you, Ron?
I believe they said that the most he can get, I think, is 106.
He's getting every penny of that.
I'm paying him because of the fact that I understand we're gonna have the 60+ million, enough to get 2 max players. But the thing is, you got to take care of what you got in house before you go out shopping for some more groceries.
Right.
Because it would be the ultimate disrespect to not pay Julius after the season Julius have carrying this team, and then you're gonna bring somebody else in here, you know what I mean, and pay them before you pay him. In a perfect world, I would love to wait until next season.
Right.
But I understand you can't do that. It makes sense for next season because you can go over the cap after you done bring in these other
That's what I mean. Like
that you want to sign. But and just for the optics, if you don't pay Julius, put it this way, you at least present the contract to him and then leave the ball in his court if he want to gamble on next season. But you got to at least offer him something. And if he say, hey, I'm going to wait till next year, we can come back to the table, we talk next year so I can get that. Because he'll be leaving 75+ million on the table. He got an opportunity to get 200.
If I'm going to say,
he could bet on himself and get more.
Ron, to your point,
and I wouldn't do it though if I was him.
Ron, to your point, I think if as the front office, if you say you want to wait until next season to give it to him, I think the max contract is a lot more than it would be if you give it to him right now.
Yeah, he get 200 or something million.
He could get 200 million.
Exactly.
He could get 200 million.
So it's in your benefit. So it's in your benefit to try and offer it to him now and see that he takes it. And
no. That money can go against that money can go over the cap though.
Yeah, we can
go.
No,
I understand.
Like, so I don't care how much I can give you. I'll give you whatever to the limit at that point. I'll give you to the sky.
Yeah. And I don't think Dolan cares about going over. Yeah, and I don't think Dolan cares about going
respect. I'd rather give you $100. I'd rather give you $100 tomorrow than $50 today that has to go against the cap.
Right,
yeah.
but I think what a lot of people's issues is not even about giving, is that they don't want to pay him that much. It's the amount that they pay him. That's the conflicting issue I'm seeing. It's not
we ain't paid no players for so long. When you get a good player, you're gonna have to pay it. This is what it is. It's a reality of doing business in today's NBA, man.
Right, exactly.
The man out there working, you got to give him his bread for his work.
If
somebody is giving him the max.
Go ahead, Hoodie.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hoodie.
the thing about it is this, and I mentioned this last night. I'm not against bringing back Julius. I'm not against that at all. I'm gonna put that out there first. I'm looking at it as you sit here and you say that as fans, but you also have to look at it from the Knicks' point of view. I'm pretty sure they want to. The smart thing for the Knicks to do, and you can say, "Oh, the options is bad if you bring in other people," but no, that works financially because you can bring in better talent first because that doesn't go against the cap. You can. I don't believe we're gonna get 2 max players, anyways. I'm just saying that right now, but that's just the truth.
I like the way you said that though. That was funny. Go ahead.
I just don't. But you have that option. Like we can legit bring in just throwing out people. Like you can, I guess, you can trade for Damian Lillard, absorb his whole contract, give peanuts for it because again, you can absorb the whole contract into the $60 million that we have. You out and get another $20 million player. Doesn't have to be a superstar, another $20 million player. And you can then, at that point, that's not, I don't think, disrespecting Julius by doing that, by getting those players to help Julius, then presenting Julius with a contract. Because like I said, it benefits the New York Knicks to do it that way.
And
you get the benefits of the team structure. And we, like you said, we understand what Julius has done. The Knicks understand what Julius has done. And that's not a slight to Julius if they brought in other players first, then took care of him.
You know,
that's
the only way is a slight. You know, the only way is a slight, Kev. This is the only way is a slight. If they make a move like that and they don't talk to Julius first. And be like, hey,
like I said, if they talk to Julius,
yeah, we're going to take care of you after the season. We want to go get these guys to help you. You know what I mean? We want to get these guys to help. It's not about, hey, Julius, we're not going to disrespect you, Julius. We love what you've done for us. We want to take care of you, but we want to make sure that we can win a championship. We want you to get the best resources in the best way.
Exactly.
Would be to go over the cap next year when that thing run up. But you know what's going to be the problem? If they do that, though, we're going to hear all this from the media.
Oh, of course.
Talking about the Knicks
Of
paid
course.
this player and didn't pay Julius.
They already don't care about the media stuff. So like,
CP, you're shaking your head. What's wrong? Yeah, CP, you're shaking your head. What are you shaking your head about?
I agree with Hoodie and his points. It kind of reminds me of the situation with AD. When they traded for AD, he waited until he had a team, they signed all these players, and then he did his contract. So I don't think it's really a knock. It's just, good business that, you do things a certain way. And so I think he's going to be staying here. I think they're going to take care of him, and I think they're going to give him help that he needs.
So you don't think he's going to pull the same thing as AD? Because AD didn't want to stay in
But have y'all listened?
No, I'm talking about with the Lakers. With the Lakers,
any of the podcasts, the interviews and stuff that he did, and this, like, it really seems like this whole situation boiled out a whole lot differently than we even thought.
Absolutely.
Like these cats are actually a lot closer than we think. Like
they love each other
off the court. Like he's very close to Rose. He's very close to Worldwide West. He's very close. Like, whatever conversations that's going on right now is going to be to the benefit of the team, and I think everybody is on board.
Exactly. When the new management team came, they took him out to dinner and said, "What do you need?"
So, like, I think that they. What's up, Karen? I think that they actually like we're talking right now, like there's going to be an issue, but I think that I don't think that there's any issue.
Me neither.
They're good at relationships. That's one thing.
He's going to be here. I think that he'll help us work out the best way to do so. I think that he'll be on board with that. It's not about not bringing people on. He knows people got to come on. I think that he'll work out the best way that we can. Like, I look at him like a D Wade type character. Like it might not even take the max.
Exactly.
But you don't see him.
That up the other day, somebody just brought that up. They said that. Could you imagine the fact that we go get 2 other guys because we're gonna have
got
money,
the club,
like conversations, because conversations are had, man, that we're not privy to, right?
Right.
You know what I mean?
And this is wishful thinking. What was this? I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll make this quick point. I'm sorry. This is wishful thinking. What happens if we had Chris Paul on this team and Kawhi Leonard? It's just wishful thinking.
Oh, you talking championship with Julius and Rose?
Oh yeah, we're winning Chris Paul, Kawhi Leonard, RJ Barrett, with Julius Randle,
and D Rose coming off the bench.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. It's over. It's over.
So bottom line,
hold on,
the consistency on this.
hold on. Listen.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
And Rodney, G-Money was not around for my Kawhi Leonard tape.
Yeah,
I was probably busy.
So I'm gonna let him live because he was not around.
I know where you going at, partner. I know exactly where you going.
So real quick, so on this panel right now, you don't think that Julius Randle is going to go into free agency? You think we're going to get this this done?
Yes, 2 years
I think he's
left.
signing. I think he's signing. He's not going to take a chance.
Whichever way is best for the team.
I think they'll sign him after the playoffs is done.
I'm gonna tell you, if it's me, I'm not gambling, partner. I'm not. Hey, injury happened. Case in point. Look at Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah,
that played for Boston.
Yeah,
I'm not taking no chance, man. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Hey, I'm going to take because
guess what
he gonna make it up at anyway.
Yeah, that was foul. That was foul.
The Knicks win,
I had to
the money
side-eye
gonna make an endorsement and don't get a championship. Don't let him get a championship. It's over. It's over. You talking about money? Clyde's still eating. Hey.
And here's the thing: we have enough caps. We have enough cap space, and we have an owner that is not afraid to go over the cap.
Say that again. Say that again. Say it again.
We have enough cap space, and we have an owner that is not afraid to go over the cap. So I don't think it's anything we should worry about.
I'm going to make a
statement. I think this is a real non-issue.
It is.
I'm going to say something, and I don't think anyone has actually brought it up. But I think the most key figure in all of this is Brock Aller.
Okay.
Big time with the
legit. Yes. We really have overstated.
Yes.
You do not bring in the best capologist in basketball. Not to you. If Brock Aller goes to Leon Rose, like it's smart to do this, and this. That's what Leon Rose is going to do.
Absolutely.
You don't bring in Brock Aller just to have him in the building for nothing.
Exactly.
I think this whole thing is a little bit more collaborative than we're even thinking. Like we're not like these people.
So you think they're working it behind the scenes as it is anyway?
That they have been making stupid, rash moves, and it looks like everybody is down at every step of the way.
Top to bottom.
So I don't see that changing. I definitely think right now, this minute, Randall knows what the plan is. Him and his people know what the plan is. I think everybody is on board, and I think we're probably talking about this more than they are.
Yeah, and to your point, Free Keith and Hoodie Cav, you talking about this management and everything. Look at who they got at, from Argentina. He was supposed to be he was supposed to be getting bidded on after the season was finished, and we've pretty much locked him up already. That's
I like that. I like that move, though.
I got a contract.
Kind of like that.
That's the thing. Look how that contract got done. 4 years, and only first year
one of them guaranteed.
Right, and I think that the most key figure in this entire equation, and Ron and Hoodie Cav and I talked about this last night, is Scott Perry. And I know people are saying
unsung hero, man.
And Scott Perry's done a good job getting the right contracts, right players. Yeah,
right. And what people don't realize is about a year and a half ago, Cornerstone Kev was trying to trade Julius Randle to Charlotte in a first round pick.
I see what it's saying. Yeah. No, not G Money. He's not talking about me. He's talking about Steve Mills. Because people say
Steve Mills. Really?
Yeah. That's not me. That is not me. At all. I was about to attack him too. But I was like, oh man.
So what happened was Cornerstone Kev tried to trade Julius Randle in a first round pick to Charlotte for Terry Rozier, right? And if you fast forward, Charlotte
you're missing it because I also tried to give the Morris twin the max as well.
Right, but let me finish
Miles Bridges.
Let me finish on this one point though. So if that deal had went down, we would have Terry Rozier, but Charlotte would have LaMelo Ball, Julius Randle, and Obi Toppin.
Stop.
Right? And can you
Stop.
imagine how we would be feeling today if we had Terry Rozier, no D Rose, none of that stuff, because you don't go get a D Rose if you got Terry Rozier. So we have Terry Rozier leading a lottery team, and Charlotte has LaMelo Ball, Julius Randle, Obi Toppin, and the rest of that roster.
And they could have had Gordon Hayward too, right?
I'm
Gordon Hayward as
going
well.
to take one thing.
And so hold on, Cam. Let me finish my point. I'm gonna get out of the way. I'm gonna get out of the way. So what I'm saying is Scott Perry went to the owner and was like, "Yo, if you don't get rid of this dude, he's gonna ruin your franchise." Right? Scott Perry was like, "Yo," you know what I'm saying? Scott Perry was like, "Yo, if you don't get rid of Cornerstone Cav right now, he's gonna ruin your franchise." And 2 days later, Cornerstone Cav was on the Man show. Like, how did I get here so fast? You know what I'm saying? So you got to give Scott Perry credit for things that were done, and things that were not done. Right. Right. Because if you look at Charlotte right now is balling already.
All right.
When
they're healthy, of course they have these injuries.
They don't be a problem.
Yeah, Gordon Hayward been out, Malik Monk, LaMelo Ball, Devontae Graham, Scary Terry had an injury. If the Hornets were healthy right now, this team would probably be better. But
imagine that team with Julius Randle playing like he is right now.
That team would be electrifying.
And Obi Toppin.
My whole point is, I think it's a little bit unfair to say that Charlotte would have drafted Obi Toppin also.
Well, it don't matter because they still would have got the first round pick.
I'm just saying it's unfair to say they would have got Obi Toppin.
Okay. Say they didn't draft Obi Toppin. Say they drafted Tyrese Halliburton.
That's even good because Tyrese can shoot. He can go to the basket.
He can play both positions.
Because Halliburton went after Obi. Right, Halliburton was drafted.
But see, here's the problem, Uncle Freeze. Here's the problem: people can't separate Scott Perry from Steve Mills because they were kind of. No, I know you can. Some Knicks fans.
I can definitely can.
Yeah,
let's
look at the
resume. I'm gonna give you some.
No, but you understand what I'm saying. People can't do
for the
it.
people, I'm gonna go ahead and defend Scott Perry right now and give the reasons why you can separate it. Scott Perry to Freezy point. Do y'all know the biggest thing we dodged? Getting KP out of town.
Yes, sir.
Getting KP out of town.
That contract right now would have been a problem. What else? What else Scott Perry had his hand in?
Yeah.
Scott Perry was responsible for drafting Mr. O Canada RJ Barrett. Yeah. Scott Perry was responsible for giving Julius Randle that deal, the cheapest deal for production in the NBA.
A 3 year, $63 million.
Scott Perry was responsible for drafting Mitchell Robinson.
Right, but then they'll throw out Ron. They'll throw out that he was responsible for signing for drafting Kevin Knox.
Well, you can't get on
That's where we're going. That's what people say.
Don't get it. We was having a good chat.
But you know what? I'm gonna say this.
I agree with you.
Free Keith brought this point up about he ain't got a problem with them guys. Basically, this being a red shirt year for them guys, and I don't need a. You know why? Because realistically, this is what Kevin Knox, Frank Ntilikina, and them boys were supposed to have. Them boys were not supposed to be thrust on a team to be a savior. Them guys were supposed to have
losing culture.
Exactly. Them boys were supposed to have experts that they could sit behind and learn how to play the game of basketball at this level.
Right. They never had the idea that cats was forming whole fan churches around role players was killing me.
Yeah. Because we ain't had nothing, never had nothing in the last
bro, Free Keith, you killing me right now. Because we love Frank Ntilikina. Even though Frank,
no, and I'm not saying don't.
Even though Frank
the way he was propped up was like at best he's a role player from the beginning. That's what Katz even said. Best, why are you even like at a team that has nothing? You're so religiously intent on a.
This is the Church of Latter-day Franks. This is the Church of Latter-day Franks, bro. This is what we do.
I'm going to keep saying the reason why I supported Frank because there were so many that were bashing him. That's why I did. I don't bash any of my Knicks players. None of them. You can call me
tell
homie,
y'all
you can
like
call me
this.
whatever. I literally support anyway. And we were talking about Ron Baker. I literally supported him. You support him too.
Bro, Ron
I
Baker
got
trash,
tweets. I got evidence of you bashing Kevin Knox.
Yes.
Don't let me pull up the tweet, the evidence. Your
Pull up.
Honor. Your Honor, I let us make
That's
evidence.
that's only because of you and I. That's only because of you and I.
14,
That's only because of you and I. That's only because of you and I.
Your Honor, I have
only
evidence
because of
to the
you and I.
contrary.
That is only because of you and I.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now here today, man. Y'all can mark it down. 12:09. What's this? The 7th of May.
Yes, sir.
I'm going on record and say it, man. Because I start looking at things in different light. You know what I mean? You can't have tunnel vision. You got to be objective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Frank Ntilikina, Kevin Knox, Obi Toppin. I've been said about Obi Toppin, but I'm throwing them other two guys in there. For me, this is a red shirt year for them. And you know why? You know why? You're not playing enough for me to get anything, to get a full assessment on you. I can't do it until I see them give you the prerequisite amount of minutes constantly, because nobody, even I'm watching Frank miss free throws. Frank ain't never used to miss no free throws.
Yeah.
Why? Because Frank used to be on the court a lot, getting time. One thing he could do was shoot the free throws if he couldn't shoot nothing else. Now that man missing free throws. Why? He ain't getting the time. So I'm giving these guys, I'm redshirting them. I'm redshirting them. Whatever they do, if they play bad, of course I'm gonna talk about it.
Well, of course, you're gonna give them weeds. You're gonna give them weeds. If they're talking great, you're gonna give them their flowers.
But I gotta say this.
Red shirt, yeah, man.
But I gotta say this, Ron. With the injuries that we have today.
Oh my God!
Quickly out.
CP the artist. That outfit is fire, bro. I didn't notice you had it. I didn't notice you had a necktie on.
You're late. You're late, Uncle Freeze.
That's common doppelganger, man.
Yeah. You're late. You're late.
He looked like the rapper Common and Kid Cudi.
He done heard that
at a family reunion.
Guys, I gotta get off. But I love y'all. We gonna get this win tonight. Ron, I'm gonna try and get on your show today. But we gonna get this win. All right. Love y'all. Have a good weekend.
You and G-Man need to be do a conference with me and Ron.
Yes.
Before y'all do y'all joint.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm surprised they ain't on right now. I have to get on them and everything.
Yeah, y'all need to, because there are some things that are seen and it's gonna be tough, and unforeseen that'll be frustrating.
Okay.
So y'all need to, man. We need to get together before.
Okay. Well, I got your numbers and everything, so we'll conference that in. Okay. All right, guys. Take care. Love y'all. All right.
As I was saying before, I was really rudely interrupted by the fashion police. That
was rudely. I complimented you, arrogant prince. What do you want? Okay. I forgot, ladies and gentlemen.
No, don't do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Your Highness, the smartest intellect.
You starting.
Universally known in our galaxy. His airness has graciously accepted the invitation to appear amongst the common folk. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce CP the artist. So Cam.
All right. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. We could say that Knox and Frank are in a red shirt year. Great. Thing is, though, a game like tonight without Quickly and without Alec Burke, they have to show improve. Not saying that this game is a be-all, end-all, but we got to see something productive from them in order for the management to even say, hey, you know what? We believe you're part of our future for next year. I think tonight they're going to hopefully get some playing time. It would be wise for Thibodeau to give them some playing time because we got to get into the playoffs healthy. I don't want to see 48 minutes played by R.J. Barrett or Randall tonight. I don't. We got to see Knox. We got to see Frank, win or lose. Let's just chop it up, get into the playoffs healthy. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree with you on that, CP. We got to see they got an opportunity tonight. You know what I mean? It's perfect opportunity for them. Like I said, opportunity on knock all the time. But when it knocks, man, what you gonna do? You got to kick in the door, man, and take your chance. And for some of these guys, i.e. Frank Ntilikina, Opportunity knocks a lot for him, and he been wetting the bed, so to speak. You know what I mean? Not showing up like he's supposed to. You know what I mean? But but overall as a whole, I'm gonna give them guys. Like I said, it's a red shirt, for me, because it's apparent they're not where they're supposed to be. Because if they were, Tom would be playing them a lot more minutes, man. We know Tom would be playing them guys if he felt like them guys could really give him an opportunity to win.
Yeah, I think he is rebooting their operating system.
Yep,
that's what this year is.
Who cares? I don't care what is going on with them. I don't give a damn. Let them bubble. My team is winning.
Cook. Yeah,
like,
let them slow cook.
I think we got this mindset still like it's 3 years ago, and we're super surprised. Like, yo, no, it's almost the end of the season. We're a good team. We're a fourth seed in the playoffs. We're a good team, and how good teams operate with rookies or with people who are not up to snuff is they don't play.
Exactly. I'm with you.
So like we gotta stop. We gotta stop with this. Like, oh, I need to see my guy play. No, you need to see wins, and that's what you're seeing.
Yeah,
W's.
Free keep.
Wait.
To the crowd. Those guys, they bubbling. The fact that they still here. The fact that they are still here because guys are gone. DSJ is gone.
Free keep. We're not saying that they deserve to play, but this is an opportunity because we have two key injuries to our roster.
Every
that's
time
all
their
I'm
number
saying.
is called, they get an opportunity. Your man Frank gets his number called, he comes out and immediately commits a foul.
Yeah, he act like he's
aggressive.
I understand that
there's a reason why the opportunities are minimal, but on a good team, this is how a good team operates. We're not in rebuild, guys. We're we're in build.
I think you're making an argument. I think you're making
people aren't just going to be run out to be given opportunities.
We're not saying. Hold on. We're not saying that he's. We're not saying that they deserve opportunities just because they deserve opportunities on our team. Right now, we have two key injuries that they have to be placed in a role to be productive. That's all I'm saying. I never said, hey, I got off that bandwagon of, hey, you know what, play the kids. I had to get off because we were winning. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely.
But now things are getting broke. We got to get into the playoffs healthy. That's if the main objective is to keep RJ and Randall fresh, right? And even Reggie Bullock, I hate to say it, but even to keep him fresh.
I hate to say it.
Reggie Bullock been balling, man.
I say what I want to say, man.
R&B been balling, man. But
nobody. You said it. Like, I'm just saying, like I'm repeating it. Like that's a common.
Just because you're showing your guns and you're looking like a retired New York Jet, man, don't be like you got like
CP. You got to be real about.
I like his guns though, man. You know what I mean? He's working out. You know what I mean?
I'm not even one of these ones that be getting at you like that. Like, oh, for real? This is where we at now, CP? This is where we at now? I thought we had a grown man respect of each other.
Right.
Like,
it is, man. It is. It's all love, man. It's all love.
CP, and plus talk about physique makes a few of us mad uncomfortable.
Man, if I'm his age, I would want to look like that, man.
This conversation
I don't have any
is
kids.
questionable.
I don't have any kids. So this is just me trying to make sure that I'm right for that time. That's it. That's it. 100%.
What I want to say.
I hear you, partner.
Hey, what's up, Sean?
I gotta be able to run after a 5-year-old at any point in life. That's it.
And
That's my aim.
What I want to say, like we put a lot of stake of saying play the kids, but like Free Keith is saying, as a good team, we don't have the time to babysit. Right now, it just has to be whoever's ready to play, whoever can play that role.
Yeah. Agreed.
Needs to step in. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Agreed.
Like, I agree with you also, CP, with saying, like, hey, like, we're getting close. Like, these are the key guys we need, and they're nicked up. So if we could kind of patch it up with Knox and Frank until we could get to the playoff, we would do that. But I feel like what Thibodeau is doing, this is the point where every team or every playoff team starts to shorten their rotation. And I don't think he wants to kind of go back into his bench or into the end of the lineup. to pick players when he's trying to shorten it at this time. You know what I'm saying? Because this is the time where during the playoff they keep it at what 8-9 players.
Yeah.
About 9-man rotation.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So I think he's trying to get to that point, and you know he that's up his alley anyway. You know what I mean? So
you're right.
So he's not thinking about putting Kevin Knox in or putting Frank Ntilikina in and things like that. He's Tibbs is already in the playoff mode right now.
But I get
Right.
with CP saying for the night though, them guys, one of them guys
tonight.
or
That's
even
it.
both gonna have to step up because we got key players out.
That's true.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
I agree. I get it.
They're gonna have to show up for the night, man. And who knows if they show up the right way, this can be a springboard for them. You show up the wrong way, it might even solidify even more while you at the end of the bench.
And
Facts. That's a
and
fact.
I can't believe I've been thinking that the past 2 days, but honestly, I would rather give Kevin Knox minutes than Obi at this point.
Yeah.
Because
I've been saying that.
No,
yeah,
man,
that's a lot of people's sentiments.
Because
Obi has been balling lately, bro.
I understand.
What's your definition of balling, man?
He's been the result of a lot of offense creation from D Rose. I'll give him that. But I feel like Kevin Knox will give you more defensively and more offensively.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
by far.
Because I agree that we like we see that a lot of flashes defensively from Obi, but a lot of them are borderline fouls. He plays defense with his hands and he doesn't move his feet, and he gets caught a lot.
Okay.
And even when he goes up to defend a shot, he fouls the guy, and I'm surprised they don't call it. You know what I'm saying? And I would rather we use Kevin Knox because I'll trust his 3-point shot or even mid-range shot better than I would Obi's at this point.
Heck yeah. I ain't putting my life on Obi's shot. I'm sorry.
He sends that thing to the backboard.
Yeah. That's the whole rims. 95% of the time.
Okay, CP the artist, I see you. You got an engagement going on today?
Engagement? Every day's an engagement, man. Every day's an engagement, my brother.
Okay, yeah, I see you. I see CP the artist doing his fashion Atlanta thing.
Oh, this is nothing.
This is
nothing.
I thought it was Casual Friday.
It is well, look, man. If you want to be important, you gotta look important.
And man, you getting. I think Hoodie Kev is getting mad jelly. He looking like Welch's up there. You know what I'm saying? Of the CP the artist coming in all dressed up, getting his shine.
Man, stop starting stuff, man.
Legit, Hoodie Kev is just sitting back, listening. I was interrupted in my sleeping rituals because I thought somebody had called for Iron Man to come out. The hero of all things Marvel.
Hoodie Kev, somebody called you Jealous Kev.
I can't believe that
they calling you they calling you Welch's, bro.
Hey, Hoodie.
I have no reason to be jealous of anyone at all.
Hoodie. I said that you are Magneto.
CP. He said you are CP Light. Like if
Uncle Freezy and Uncle Freezy is Charles Xavier.
Yeah, if they were creating a CP,
how do you feel?
And they stopped at 67%, it'd be Hoodie Kev.
I have Uncle Freezy's taking a joke that I said once about Alec Burks.
That was your joke.
No, that was funny. No, when you called him the third string Kobe. That was hilarious. I still laugh to myself about that, bro.
I said if God created Kobe Bryant on like 60%, he'd be Alec Burks.
Somebody's been stealing your joke, Kevin.
I legit said that on air. That is my joke. But no, so my thing about that is I have this internal belief that I don't think that Magneto and Charles Xavier are friends. Because they have done some messed up stuff to each other. I ain't about to cripple my friend and put him in a coma.
And so
that is not a friend.
Who is the better player, Kevin Knox or Frank Ntilikina?
Kevin Knox.
I'm saying Frank.
They're two different people.
I mean,
Nah.
they are two different styles, but
I'm going with skill. Who has the most skills and can do the most?
I'm gonna say Kevin. I'm gonna say Kevin.
I'm going with the most valuable NBA trait.
Shooting.
You know
Defense?
why?
Shooting.
Hey, you don't want to say shooting, bro, because Frank Ntilikina shoots 10% higher from three than Kevin Knox.
No, well, I'm not saying that. I'm like he's thinking like 8 shots. What?
Bro,
Fred and Barney. Really?
Hey,
he's thinking like 8 shots.
He made
He
2 out of
shoots
3.
better. But no, I legit saw Joe Harris get the bag, not because he's playing defense, because he's shooting. I seen Davis Bertans get the bag, not because he's playing defense, because he's shooting. So you're not going to sit here and tell me that defense is the number one trait. No, shooting.
Maybe
if you can shoot, you get in the bag.
And you know how I feel. I think between Kevin Knox and Ntilikina will get the short end of the stick. And I say this to say because without him, we're already a top 3 defensive team. Him being here doesn't make us a 1A defensive team. Like, he doesn't make us any better than we will be. But where we do lack is offense. And I think the little bit of defense that Kevin Knox provides us and the offense that he does outvalues what Frank can do. Because Frank has no offense. I'm sorry to say that. He can't dribble more than 5 times without picking the ball up.
That's a good point.
What?
And to Hoodie's point, Joe Harris. Why can't we use Knox as a Joe Harris, but younger and cheaper and more athletic and taller?
Who is Kevin Herter? Who is Korkmaz? That's what I'm saying. These people are legit starters on NBA team, and all they doing is shooting. Yeah. What is Korkmaz bringing other than shooting? Tell me something that Korkmaz is doing for Philadelphia other than shooting. I'll wait.
Yeah,
so how long are we gonna wait?
I'm waiting for somebody to answer. Can someone tell me what Korkmaz is doing on the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference other than shooting and stretching the floor?
I never heard that guy.
Exactly. And he is he's a starting player for the Philadelphia 76ers. Korkmaz.
Wow, these numbers are amazing when you look at them. I mean, to say something is fact is one thing, but when you actually have facts, that's something totally different. Wow.
What fact is that? I can't see that.
You can't see it?
No, we can't see that.
I can't make it out what it is.
You gotta enlarge that thing.
Okay. Oh, that's much better.
Okay. So
here comes Freezy's straw man argument.
Yeah,
here comes the straw man argument.
So for those watching, Kevin Knox averages 4 points per game, and Frank Ntilikina averaged 2.7 points per game. And so when I look at raw data,
that's not data.
Yeah, this is data, bro.
It's not.
Hold on, CBR. I'm gonna let him do it, but then I'm gonna take the same gun he's shooting himself in the foot with, and I'm like, give me that. You just shot yourself in the foot.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Uncle Freezy.
Okay, so when you look at raw numbers, which is data,
that's data.
Kevin Knox averages 4 points a game. He is no Michael Porter Jr.
Not Michael Porter Jr.
He is no Mikal Bridges.
Not Mikal Bridges.
He is no Miles Bridges.
Not Miles Bridges.
He is nothing right now. What are we even doing talking about Kevin Knox?
I'm about to take
Kevin Knox right now is a draft bust.
Uncle Freezy woke me up for this.
And so here's the thing.
We
understand that he's a draft bust, right? But we
don't understand. I don't understand that at all. Who is we?
We is French. It means yes.
Yes, he's a draft bust.
Yes.
That's not. I don't know if structured correctly in that sentence, but okay.
You mentioned players. You mentioned players that got playing time.
Speaking of
playing time.
Hold on.
Over somebody that get no playing time.
Speaking of French, Frank Ntilikina is French.
So let me break some stuff
Frank
down.
Ntilikina averages 1.3 less points per game, but brings a higher level of defense than Kevin.
Let me burst.
And
this
so
bubble
so what people will say is the one bad shooting game that Chris Middleton had in his career coincided with Kevin Knox, and now we want to say Kevin Knox is an elite defender.
Here we go.
Kevin Knox is not an elite defender.
Let me go put my hoodie on because I had to
Kevin
get out of
Knox
bed.
is. And so with that said, y'all, I gotta wrap up, man. I gotta get out of here.
Oh no, we ain't wrapping up nothing.
I gotta get out of here because I gotta.
We're not wrapping up nothing because this is what
I gotta get on the road to Myrtle Beach, man. You know
this is what we call malarkey.
Yep.
What is it?
Malarkey.
No. This right here, what I'm about to show you, is
and Pato would call this foolishness.
So also, if you see on the screen, Frank Ntilikina is shooting 46% from three.
He's not even making a whole game. Look at that.
By Julius Randle.
He's making
followed by Reggie Bullock.
That's not even a 1-3 a game.
Followed by Derrick Rose.
What are we talking? What a
followed by
Alec
Barty. Followed by Emmanuel Quickly. Followed by RJ Barrett. And then bringing up the rear.
The rear
is Kevin Knox.
No, the rear is Albert Payton. Right. That's the rear. The rear is Albert Payton.
The rear is Kevin Knox because his reputation is that he is a shooter. Right? His value is he's a shooter. So now 39% is great.
Are you going to
39% is great, but a non-shooter in RJ Barrett has a higher percentage on higher volume than Kevin Knox. Kevin Knox
doesn't have any playing time.
No,
Kevin Knox playing time.
Hold on. What Uncle Freezy is doing, right, is he's like, let me go ahead and move this over here.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
This
God
is what
bless.
I want to do.
Good night.
So this is what's happening here. Uncle Freezy is trying to manipulate a conversation because what he doesn't say is when Kevin Knox was getting 20 minutes a game, he was averaging 10 points a game, and that drops down because when you play 2 minutes and you don't get any points, this still counts as game time. So your average is dropping down every time you get game time.
Yeah,
in 2 minutes a game.
Yeah,
and your numbers are going down. But when he was playing 20 minutes a game, he was averaging 10 points a game. So that's your raw data. Your raw data, and actually put some context to it.
Here's some context. You just said that in those minutes he don't put up numbers. So you're saying that he does not produce in the minutes that he's given.
2 minutes?
Right.
What you gonna do in 2 minutes?
Secondly, chat. This is what I want y'all to chime in at. Chat. When Kevin Knox was getting legit minutes, the Knicks were 3 games under 500.
We were 1 game under 500.
Kevin Knox.
Why are you making these numbers
Kevin
up?
Knox. They sat Kevin and they benched him.
The Knicks
got on a hot streak.
That is a lie.
They sat Kevin Knox and they reduced Alfred Payton's minutes, and the Knicks got hot.
The malarkey that's being spewed right now.
All I want to know is
the Knicks were legit 10-11. 10-11 when Kevin Knox is playing 20 minutes a game. Who has the thing on that's repeating? 10-11. That sounds like passion right there. That sounds like passion.
It ain't me.
Yeah, that's Sean. That was Sean.
Oh, my fault. I was reading the comments.
Yeah.
I know they were saying something to Kev.
And yes, Kevin Knox shut down Chris Middleton after Chris Middleton was yum chopping up Reggie Bullock. Tom Thibodeau said, "I've enough." Kevin.
Not to mention Kevin Knox.
Chris Middleton.
Kevin Knox averaged 13 points per game his rookie season.
Kevin
But
Knox is
because of-
averaging the same thing in his rookie season that Mikal Bridges is averaging his third season. What are we talking about? Kevin Knox averaged 13 points his rookie season, the same thing that Mikal Bridges, who you wanted, is averaging his third season. And he's playing 28 more minutes a game.
Objection, Your Honor. What's the relevance here?
The relevance is that he's not getting playing time.
Mikal Bridges is averaging legit 25 more minutes a game.
He is not getting playing time because he doesn't deserve playing time.
Doesn't deserve.
That's a straw man argument.
I got to send you the video of Taj Gibson and RJ Barrett. I got the link.
So okay,
I ain't even had breakfast yet.
Right. CP the artist. CP the artist. I appreciate you trying to recruit allies, but I wouldn't jump in on this side.
I ain't recruiting no allies. I'm a fact-based person, man.
No,
bro.
No, bro.
You acting like a mega person.
No,
hey,
bro.
This is a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying?
This ain't a conspiracy. Why do I have to defend Tom Thibodeau not playing Knox? I already said what it is for Knox. Knox is being redshirted. He's being rebooted, so next year he can come back and be that guy that Kevin Knox, that Hoodie Kev wants Kevin Knox to be. I created that narrative.
I agree.
Hoodie Kev, I told it to Hoodie Kev first. I told it to Hoodie Kev first on the telephone before I shared it with anybody. Hoodie Kev can attest to that, right? What I'm saying is Kevin Knox is not ready. He's not ready. Why are we trying to make it seem like he's ready when we know he's not?
You're changing the argument. You're changing the argument.
No,
we were saying we know that he's in his development years, but the thing is that we don't have a coach that's looking to develop young players. He's looking to win now.
I'm on the show. I'll get back to you. I'm on the show. I'll get back to you. Close your door. All right, close your door.
Hey, Jay-Z,
I'm sorry, Freezy. My bad.
Jay-Z be pushing. Jay-Z be like, "Yep, The Rock."
Yeah, I didn't know I was on mute. Man, my bad. Wow.
Hey, hey, Cully, can you say one thing for me? Can you
say?
Man,
nah, I'm already on the spot. I'm on the spot, man.
Can you say while I spit that Rondarama? while y'all spit that Wonderama, me and my conglomerate shall remain anonymous, caught up in the finest. I just wanted to hear you say that, man. If not, it's okay.
Nah, I do it another time. I'm on the spot now.
Oh man. Hey, so ladies and gentlemen, introducing Jay-Z, Kid Cudi, Common, and Heavy D. Diggity D. Yo, and on vocals, it's Johnny Gill.
So Aretha Franklin, right? This is a story about Aretha Franklin. She legit wouldn't go on stage and let the conditions were like a certain thing because she had to preserve her vocals, right? Now, I have gotten out of my element at 12 hours before I need to be in my element. Uncle Reason's trying to listen. I'm gonna need you to have to call my agent, Rob the Nick. I'm gonna need you to send me a check for this gig.
No, I'm saying
I had to freelance in. And
bro, you know you want to come in here and talk Tony Stark, bro. You know you want to talk Tony Stark, bro. Don't act like that.
Who, the savior of humanity?
No.
Here we go.
He is. Tony Stark is anything but the savior of anything. As a matter of fact, he is what you call Tony Stark is what you call the bad luck charm.
No, that's Thor.
No, bro. Listen, everywhere Tony Stark goes, somebody gets hurt.
Everywhere
by accident too.
Everywhere,
not even on purpose.
People die.
Bro,
think about it. Everyone who is around Thor dies.
Hey, CP the artist, check this out, right? So check this out. So
CP off camera.
Yeah. So check this out. Tony Stark,
That's when we getting that W today.
Tony Stark legit hugged his mom and said, "See you, Dad," and they never came back home.
That's messed up. That's messed up.
They died, bro.
That's
They
messed
died.
up.
Right?
I know.
And Tony Stark was stuck in a cave. He was stuck in a cave, right? He was stuck in a cave with a dude he previously met and didn't remember that he met the dude, right? But before they could get out of the cave, the dude died.
Is it where we going at?
Time out. Why don't you blame Tony Stark's daddy more than Tony Stark's? Because if history was going to, tell it, you know what I'm saying? Who created the super serum? That Russian, the German dude. The Russian guys. I'm sorry, German dude. Came over, gave it to Captain America. They made a shield, right? And create whatever. And then
they didn't create the shield. The shield was created in Wakanda. They took credit for it.
Yeah, Wakanda made the shield.
And they took credit for it.
Vibranium. Made out of vibranium.
No, you know what? Well, hold on.
I'm going to stay out this argument.
Hold on. They didn't make the shield itself. They got the material, but they didn't make the shield itself.
No,
vibranium.
No, Kev. They made the shield, right? But that was before people knew about the country of Wakanda. So the Americans took credit for the creation of the shield because people didn't know who Wakandans were or what Wakanda was as a country.
But okay, getting back to the point.
You gotta do some research, Padawan. You'll get there one day, though.
Okay, getting back to the point. Right? Like Tony Stark did mess up and got a lot of people killed. He did create Ultron.
Hold on. No.
He did create Ultron.
Hold on.
He didn't have to create Ultron.
Tony Stark Jr.?
No.
Bruce Banner created Ultron.
Bruce Banner created Ultron.
But
Tony Stark did not create Ultron.
Tony Stark talked him into it. Tony Stark was like, "Hey, bro, I can't figure this thing out. I need you to do it." Bruce Banner was like, "No, you stupid." He was like, "Hey, bro, listen, I'm going to save the world by creating this thing." Bruce Banner was like, "No, bro, this thing could get out of control in a hurry if we mess it." But Tony Stark was like, "Bro, stop being so soft and sensitive." And if you read the comic, right, what Tony Stark was doing was little stuff. Like when Bruce Banner wasn't looking, he'd poke him with something sharp. "Hey, pay attention." Trying to get the Hulk, trying to get Banner to flip out. Yeah.
Did Tony Stark have a gun to his head? Like, if you don't create Ultron, I'm pulling the trigger.
No, Kev. So Kev, so you missed the point. But Tony didn't. Tony was like, "Yo, what I'm gonna do is aggravate you." And so the recourse is either you make Ultron or I'm gonna have you Hulk out. And Banner was like,
was it Tony's plan to have all these super robots around the world to keep the world safe?
Yes.
And that turned into Ultron.
Hold on. Were they
and in Iron Man 3? Did you see the end of Iron Man 3 where he blew up all the suits?
Yeah.
Those that's what Tony wanted to do around the world. Have Iron Mans all around the world.
So were they in like Saw where they were locked and handcuffed in the room and Bruce Banner couldn't just walk out? This is a grown man, he didn't have free will. He was like, "I'm leaving, Tony. I ain't about to do this."
Kev, as a matter of fact,
hey, Tony, you crazy? I'm about to go get Steve right now and tell him you crazy.
Kev,
Steve, Tony.
As a matter of fact, you know what else, Kev? You know what else? Doctor Strange knew that Tony Stark was the accidental murderer. That's the reason why Doctor Strange had Tony Stark killed at the end of the movie. Doctor Strange murdered Tony Stark.
He did actually do that. And
he set him up to be the one to sacrifice.
Right, and Cully, you know why? I'm gonna tell you why, bro. The strongest person on the battlefield at the time that could have put that glove on and snapped and everything would have been okay was Captain Marvel. And in the movie, you saw her with the gauntlet in her hand, but her IQ is so low.
Oh,
she's so dumb that she didn't realize all she had to do was put the stupid glove on and snap her finger.
So
I
you
feel like
do
anybody could have
realize.
sacrificed though. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
But
Hold on.
It's only a sacrifice to a human. It's only a sacrifice to Tony Stark because he don't have supernatural powers.
Oh, yeah, he's not a god.
He is a human. He gets into a suit. Yeah, a lot of people could have done it, but Captain Marvel
would have messed that up.
Hold on,
he would have turned everybody into beer. That's what Thor would have done.
Hold on. Let me say this. First, Captain Marvel is a legit Air Force pilot.
Captain Marvel is an idiot.
He legit flies fighter planes for the United States Air Force.
Bro, did you see her movie? She was in the Matrix, knew what the Matrix was, right? Lived in the Matrix, was good at it, and couldn't figure out how to get out of it. How do you live in a Matrix that's created for you? You maneuver in it, you live your life in it, and you can't figure out how to get out of the Matrix until the end, when you're like, oh, they made me angry. Now I'm strong enough to get out of the Matrix. When you were strong enough from the beginning.
Maybe nobody offered her the red pill or the blue pill.
Maybe she's an idiot.
Oh, that was the worst Marvel movie in the last.
Which one? Endgame?
5 years.
No,
I'm talking about Captain Marvel.
Oh, Captain Marvel was not
So
necessary.
here's the thing.
It wasn't bad.
Hold on. I would rather be Tony Stark's friend and hurt my ankle than be associated. Let's talk about who is alive in the circle of Thor. Is his daddy alive?
Kev,
No.
let me ask you this. Kev,
Is
let me
his
ask you this.
mama alive? No.
Kev,
Is his brother alive? No. What about half of his planet?
James Jen was good.
Half of Thor's planet is dead because of Thor.
But that was because of wars that went on before Thor. But
No,
Captain
that's cool,
Marvel
Loki,
is
man.
No.
but Kev.
Nah, he got a point. He got a point, man. He got a point.
But that's because of stuff that went on before.
Hold on.
This war had been brewing for millennia.
Hold on, I got one thing. His daddy, Thor's daddy said, "Don't you bring this girl in my house. Don't you bring this girl in my house." And Thor said, "I ain't listening to you, old man." The next thing that happened, somebody killed his mama.
Right.
Because he brought the girl in the house.
So his daddy said, if she can't use your comb, don't bring her home.
Yes.
That's what he did. But listen, Kev,
and the next thing that happened, somebody came in and murdered his mama.
Kev, if you went in your bathroom and you knew it was a bathroom and you knew the door was locked, right? And would you pace around that bathroom for 100 years trying to get out? That was Captain Marvel. She was locked in a bathroom and didn't know how to get out, bro. That's what I equated to. She is an idiot.
Nah, that's true. She didn't find out to the end of the movie how to.
She didn't realize. She knew because she had the broken nameplate. Remember the broken name tag? She knew the whole time, right? She knew the whole time. She had to go back into her memory. All she had to do was remember. Right, but she walked around a bathroom, huh?
What is Mufasa? Remember.
Bro, Captain Marvel's an
idiot. Is that what's going on?
Captain Marvel's an idiot. And you know what? And to Kev's point, Captain Marvel is brilliant, and her movie was the best movie out of all the Marvel movies. To Kev's point.
Definitely not the best movie. But I'm saying you guys about, oh, somebody fell down and hurt themselves because they was around Tony Stark. They legit die around Thor. All of his family is dead. His best friend is dead. His inner circle of friends are dead.
Bro, Peter Parker legit got snapped away.
And Thor is a god. Thor is a god. He got a lot more bodies. The 3,000 years of his existence. So I gotta give it to Hody Kev.
People was going out left and right around Thor.
Yeah.
Listen, this could have been avoided. All of this could have been avoided if Thor just went for the head in the first place. Listen, y'all, let's go back to Infinity War. Y'all remember this when Thor spent half the movie trying to get
Making an
Stormbreaker.
axe.
He literally spent half the movie trying to get a Thanos killing weapon to kill Thanos.
What kind of weapon? What kind of weapon?
A Thanos,
the Thanos killing
weapon.
kind.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
He
couldn't
spent
kill
half
him.
the movie doing that. And then when we needed him the most, he was the last one on the scene. Everybody else was on the scene except Thor. The one with the Thanos killing weapon. Where were you at, Thor?
Hey, Kev.
Thanos had just got that time stone, though. If he didn't get that time stone, it'd been over.
Legit. You had Captain America trying to hold off a punch from Thanos. And Thor like, get away from me. You had legit everybody trying to keep Thanos away. And Thor is out twiddling his toes somewhere. And he's the one with the Thanos killing weapon. What? Where are you at? You should have been the first. I should have been like, Thor, he here. Thor, he over there.
Right. So you would have snitched.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So somebody reminded me. So Tony Stark reminds me of Dame Lillard.
Hold on, legit. Hold on.
Tony Stark reminds me of Dame Lillard. Reminds me of Tony Stark.
One more
y'all
thing.
give this dude all this credit for being something that he's not, bro.
Oh, I got one last thing.
Kev, let me introduce this because I know you. Go ahead.
One last thing about Thor.
Because I got a live grenade. I'm going to drop.
No, this is it. This is it. When Thor came, when he got the hammer with the axe. And he came there in the battle of Wakanda. The first thing he said is, "Bring me Thanos." Legit, he came to Earth in the bolt of lightning. He said, "Legit, bring me Thanos." Thanos came and Thor wasn't around.
Okay.
Oh, and he could have fought him on the planet. Titus? He could have fought on Titus.
Legit, Thor could have beamed anywhere in the universe. He could have beamed anywhere in the universe. And yeah, he went to where Thanos wasn't. He knew Thanos wasn't there.
Oh man.
Hey Kev.
And he went there anyway and said, "Bring me Thanos."
Kev,
here's a shorter trip too.
Yeah, and so here's the point that I want to get to about what you were saying, right? About the offseason. Remember you said a superstar? Dame Lillard might be cheaper than what you think because you can absorb their salary.
Yes.
I'm here to introduce this topic. I believe if we acquire Karl-Anthony Towns will do for the Knicks what Anthony Davis did for the Lakers.
All right, with that,
my belief is that Karl-Anthony Towns is a better overall player than Anthony Davis. And my belief is Karl-Anthony Towns is a better overall player than Anthony Davis. Right? And so where the argument may get swayed or skewed is people think Anthony Davis is a winner. Right? But when you look at the people's overall body of work, Anthony Davis was a loser for a losing franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
He was.
And so Karl-Anthony Towns is a loser for a losing franchise right now also.
Right?
Where's the echo going?
Is that Cully?
Maybe me. Let me shut up. I'm gonna go on mute.
Is that Cully? That yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Karl-Anthony Towns does for the Knicks what Anthony Davis is doing for the Lakers. Right? And I believe you can get him cheaply. Now I know Hoodie Kev does not like the Karl-Anthony Towns thing because Kevin Knox is included in the trade.
What?
Right.
When did this happen?
Kev, listen, hear me out. In order for us to get Karl-Anthony Towns, we have to give up young assets like Obi and Kevin Knox.
And quickly.
Right? And potentially quickly. Right? Right? But we have 7 first-round picks in the next 4 years. Right? We can give the Timberwolves 2 first rounds this year, 2 seconds this year, and 2 firsts in 2023 for Karl-Anthony Towns without giving them a player, right? And if they need more draft picks or better draft picks, we have a bunch of second-round picks over the next 6 seasons or 5 seasons. I'm sorry.
And we got money.
And also, Freezy, I want you to elaborate on more. If you make that move, do you also make Mitchell and them expendable? Because that's their position.
Right. So the thing is, you can only, in my view, you can only develop one young center at a time.
Right.
Right. And so if you bring in Karl-Anthony Towns, he is the young center that you're going to develop. His offensive talent, his offensive talent is uncomparable. You can't. Joel Embiid does not have the offensive repertoire of a Karl-Anthony Towns, right? But what Karl-Anthony Towns lacks is toughness on defense, right? Toughness on defense, and he gets like the weirdest injuries ever. You know what I'm saying? You get like for a dude 6'11", 250, he gets like these mad soft issues. He's got an oblique strain. He out 3 weeks. You're like, dude, you 250. How you straining an oblique and you out 3 weeks? You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. And so I know Hoodie Kev does not like this thing, but Kevin Knox will have to go in that deal, right? And I know once we get Cat, Hoodie Kev is gonna start his own channel talking about the Timberwolves at night. The Timberwolves at Night podcast. You know what I'm saying? But the deal is Karl-Anthony Towns is so offensively gifted as a center that those like when we played Denver just now, do you think we could have used a Karl-Anthony Towns against Jokic?
Yes.
I'm asking for some help. Can somebody help me? Do you think Karl-Anthony Towns is intimidated by Joel Embiid? No. He punched Joel Embiid in the face. Y'all remember that? Them two fought last year?
I don't think he's intimidated at all.
Right. So Hoodie Kev, I know Hoodie Kev is steaming. I can see his rocket thrusters are ready for takeoff, right? But
I want to say though. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I was gonna say in the comments, a lot of people saying, I want you to address this too, Freezy. A lot of people saying, we don't need him. We need a point guard and a 3. So how do you feel about that?
Nah, bro. See, we think in a conventional sense. We don't need. We'll probably need a 3. We desperately need a 3 because our perimeter defenders are not big enough to guard the other NBA teams that have
the elite.
Yeah,
Tatum, Kevin Durant, LeBron.
Yeah. So we do need that.
We do,
but we need bodies there. We don't need stars there.
Yeah, we definitely need at least a body, to make it harder for them to score, right?
Right. You mean like a 6'9", 220-pound body?
No.
Maybe bigger than that. Maybe 230.
Not anybody, Kev.
But Kev, what I'm saying, in order to get
220 pounds, in
order to get Cat, you have to give up something. We all believe Knox is gonna be something, right? But you can't say that and then tell the Timberwolves, nah, we ain't giving y'all nothing for Cat. It don't work like that.
And our timeline and Kev's timeline doesn't match right now. That's
right.
The unfortunate.
And Karl-Anthony Towns and Julius Randle are about the same age.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then you bring up your young guy in RJ Barrett, when you're taking less pressure off him. Can you imagine RJ Barrett with open lanes driving to the basket? Bro, beautiful. Can you think about this? Two big men that shoot 40% from 3. Are you serious? So you got 2 bigs, because Karl-Anthony Towns, by and I know this sounds crazy, but by numbers, Karl-Anthony Towns is the best shooting center of all time if you go by percentages, right? And I hate stats like that, but they are what they are. You know what I'm saying? But can you imagine?
I've always been a big proponent of bringing Karl-Anthony Towns back to New York since I came on this platform, this one literally, with Darren Fox being my white whale. Darren Fox is number 1 on that ladder board, and number 2, Karl-Anthony Towns.
He trash, bro.
For those same reasons that you're talking about, giving opening up the lane, being able to shoot the three, and being big enough to defend a Joel Embiid or even Nikola Jokic like we saw last game with skill set at the 5. But that's gonna have to be a big package, and I don't put it out the realm of us being able to get a player like that with somebody like a Mobley coming out this year around where Minnesota might be able to draft and being able to replace Karl-Anthony Towns with an Evan Mobley, adding a Obi Toppin, adding a Mitchell Robinson, adding 3 first-round picks or 4 first-round picks, what needs to be done to get a player of this caliber. So
Eddie C, I didn't think about that. You're right. I forgot that they have their own pick also. So technically they would have 3 first-round picks. It's still
nah, bro. Y'all forgetting that if that pick lands in the top 3, they don't get that pick. Golden State gets that.
Does.
Below the top 3. Below the top 3.
Is it? Oh, so it's top 3 protected.
Correct.
Okay. So if they land below the top 3, right, that means they lose their first-round pick. So they don't get the pick in the first round. Thus is the motivation to do a trade with the Knicks. Let us give you these 4 first-round picks and these 4 second-round picks for Karl-Anthony Towns. And to us, y'all are like, yo, but I don't want to give up that much for Cat. Bro, first of all, if I told you, would you trade Kristaps Porzingis for Karl-Anthony Towns straight up? Y'all would say yes. Right? Those 2 first-round picks that we got, those are the picks we got from Dallas for Kristaps Porzingis. Would you trade Kristaps Porzingis for Karl-Anthony Towns straight up?
I would.
Right. So those first round picks that we give up are nothing to us because we're playing with house money. But then when we throw in our first round picks, right? People will say, well, now we can't improve the team because we don't have first round picks. Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. Your roster is backloaded with names like Emmanuel Quickly, Obi Toppin, RJ Barrett, right? Emmanuel Quickly and Obi Toppin have never played for a loser. Bro, think about this. This rookie class has never played for a losing team. You can look at the record during the season and be like, yeah, at one point we was. But right now, the Knicks are a winner, right? These rookies are in a winning environment, right? And on top of that, they'll be playing behind superstars. So you can bring them along at the pace that you want, right? You don't have to add more rookies. Maybe you can if you want to. You see a guy that you absolutely love, but the Knicks have so many second-round picks that they can trade back into the first round, bro. Right? So I'm saying this Karl-Anthony Towns thing should have more legs than it does, right? This Karl-Anthony Towns thing should have more legs than it does. Okay, Nick G, what's good?
What's good?
Oh, look at the family! Oh man,
baby G,
we are family.
Yeah, I was trying to get on while he was asleep, but as soon as I turned the camera on, he woke up.
Look at him, Nick G Jr. Hey, how the family doing, man?
Family's great, man.
Mom doing good? Mom doing good?
Yeah, mom's good. She's getting some rest right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. When I heard a baby just now, I thought it was Hoodie Kev.
Oh. Man, I thought it was midnight, man. I didn't know. I saw Hoodie Kev and I was like, is it midnight? You all right, Kev? You sleepy, bro?
You know how people go?
I am sleepy.
How people go out clubbing and they stay straight through the night and into the early morning. That's what Kev's doing right now.
Damn.
Listen,
he went straight through.
I was knocked out. I got a phone call from he who shall not be named.
From your booking agent.
No.
From Sean?
No, not me.
From who? from he who shall not be named.
Yeah, what are we talking? What are we doing? You
So
dancing
about
with hands?
That said, hey,
Freezy?
we need someone to come on here and preach the gospel of Tony Stark. And I was like, I'm on it.
Okay, I don't remember the conversation going like that, but okay.
We're like, we need somebody in here to fully represent the aura of Tony Stark. And to eloquently give a great soliloquy about all of his great deeds for humanity. And I'm like, I am up to the task.
That doesn't sound like you, Freezy.
It does. It definitely sounds like
right. Right. I don't know.
And to respond to what Nick's man says, we don't need a dominant center to win it all. I don't know why, but for some reason, I feel like this regime is looking for a star center. I don't know if it has to do with of Nick's past, Patrick Ewing, or even at the beginning of the year, all the rumblings of a James Wiseman being on the Knicks radar. But for some reason, I feel like this Knicks regime is starved to get a Knicks superstar center in the fold, so that they can go about their business about winning championships and bringing back glory back to New York.
Eddie C, I don't think they're looking for a superstar center. I think they're looking for a specific kind of center, more like a Bam type.
You think so? You think so?
I mean, isn't it the same? I mean, isn't Bam literally? If you depends on who you ask, but isn't he a super? In my eyes, I think he is a superstar center.
So if they find that type of center and he fits the role and he does which I think Tibbs' system would fit him very well, then eventually he'll just become a star by default. But I don't think they're really just looking for a star to put.
Can we
for a specific type of player?
Can we not sit here and say that Karl-Anthony Towns didn't lead the Minnesota Timberwolves to the playoffs with Tom Thibodeau as his head coach? Can we not just like pretend that narrative doesn't exist out there in the universe? Like that didn't happen.
The word led is.
I mean, Jimmy Butler was also on that team, and he was the star.
Okay, well, when I say this
team.
is Karl-Anthony Towns led the team in scoring and rebounding.
Right.
So
that necessarily doesn't make you the star of the team, right?
Right.
Statistically, you can be the best player on the team, but the star of the team can be somebody else.
Or the leader.
Jimmy Butler.
I mean, yeah, I don't think you have to be. I think it's a difference to say the leader. Because here's my thing: regardless of Karl-Anthony Towns has more talent than Jimmy Butler. Like just raw talent, Karl-Anthony Towns has more talent than Jimmy Butler.
I don't agree.
know if that's, but if you're gonna say personality, like an alpha, yeah, Jimmy Butler is that. That doesn't make him an overall better player than Karl-Anthony Towns. And I think the narrative that people get when Karl-Anthony Towns is he's not an alpha, he's not the leader. Well, he doesn't have to be exactly. I mean, we need Karl-Anthony Towns to do what Karl-Anthony Towns does on the basketball court.
And I think he's proven, through those matchups with Joel Embiid that maybe he's not an alpha, maybe he's not this and he's not that. But one thing that I perceive from him is that he ain't no sucker. And if we need somebody to be at the 5 and to be a tough guy, let me not say that, but somebody that will not let you punk him. I think Karl-Anthony Towns can fill that role, as well as be a great basketball player at what he does. Shoot the 3 and rebounds, and he may not be the best defensive player, but I don't think he's the worst either.
Definitely not. I think that's an overblown narrative that people have. When it comes, like I look at this. I saw Karl-Anthony Towns play against our team twice, and I saw him just fine defensively. Just fine.
Right.
So the narrative of he's not the Dikembe Mutombo or something.
But our team doesn't have a center that threatens our other team's centers offensively. So
a lot of teams don't have centers like that.
But okay, I understand what you're saying. But what I'm telling you is you need to get on this cat train.
I'm the one who started the cat train.
Oh, here we go.
I am the
bro.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Didn't you say Dame Lillard and De'Aaron Fox?
I didn't say Dame Lillard. I said it would be nice. You know, listen. You know, I'm
ladies
all
and
about.
Gentlemen, starting in lane 7 of the backstroke, it's Hoodie Kev.
Listen, no, Uncle Breezy, you know, I'm all about me. Give me some De'Aaron Fox on this team.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm all about getting De'Aaron Fox on this team.
Hey, State, come on in. I got something I got to run by you, bro. State of the New York Knicks podcast. I don't know why he got podcast twice in his name. I asked him that once, but he, you know what I'm saying? State, you got to come on, bro. Because I legit am ready to ship out all of the kids. Or not all of them, because I want RJ to stay. I want Quickly to stay. But I would definitely throw Knox in that deal in order to get Karl-Anthony Towns. And the reason why is because RJ is too valuable, right? And Quickly looks like he may be in the point guard of the future equation in some capacity. Definitely. I don't know if it's like Lou Williams off the bench or starting at point guard. But I believe him and RJ Barrett are going to be a Splash Brothers type combination going forward.
So I want to get this straight, right? With your narrative, let's just throw Knox in there, right? Let me debunk this theory because I think this is more. I think this is more of a let's troll Hoodie Kev and say Knox is going to be the center.
Oh, for the love of my
not even,
really, man. Come on, bro.
Let me say that Knox is going to be the centerpiece of a Karl-Anthony Towns trade.
Come on. I didn't say centerpiece. I said included.
So here's the thing.
For the love of cheese and crackers,
the wing position.
For the love of Fred and Barney.
If I'm in Minnesota, if I'm the Minnesota Timberwolves, right? And I'm going to get rid of my franchise piece, since Kevin Love. I don't want Kevin Knox back. Kevin Knox is our hidden gem. He's being tutelaged under time.
Well, he's definitely being tuteled. He is definitely being tuteled. Toodaloo. He is definitely being tuteled. That's what he's being right.
What's going to happen is if I'm the Minnesota Timberwolves, you can give me draft picks, but I want Mitch and Obi. I don't want.
I would like to say that if they get a top 2 pick, but let's say they land at number 2 in this year's draft, I would probably ask for Obi Toppin, Emmanuel Quickly. I wouldn't ask for Knox because his deal is up after this year, and then they would have to sign him.
Mitch is going to be in that trade. Mitch is going to be in that trade simply because Minnesota is going to want at least some insurance at the center position,
right?
If they got rid of their center,
he can be, but his money value is so low that it's going to be basically he's worth more as a player than he is as a contract.
As a contract, right? But that's why you include him. That's why you include him because the value minus contract equals value.
Wait, we're talking
about a trade to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yo. First of all, the Timberwolves they're gonna ask for
bro. State. That's not how it works, bro. You gotta come in and say hello.
Oh,
hey, you gotta say, hey, hello, everybody.
Yo, who that? Yo, Eddie, what up, bro?
Yo, what's good, State?
Up, man?
How you doing, bro?
Hoodie Cat, we gonna have a personal conversation next week, so I can't wait for that. Uncle Freezy, man, what's up, man? How you?
Yo, I'm good, bro. I got something I want to chop you up. I want to chop it up with you about Right. So here's the thing. I want to talk about the Karl-Anthony Towns thing and finish this conversation. But I want to talk to you about what we do with these draft picks, right? Because if in this one universe, we're talking about trading for Cat, but I'm telling you, I think Walt Perrin is going to take these draft picks and draft young, high potential kids.
Agreed.
I think Walt Perrin is going to draft us a couple of Devin Booker, Donovan Mitchell type players.
Agreed.
Because he's got the weaponry. Because he's got the weaponry to do so. Now, with that said, it may put us in what state? So anyway, Karl-Anthony Towns. The Karl-Anthony Towns thing is, bro.
So I'm about to head out because I am starving. I'm tired. I'm really woke me up out of my much needed.
Bro, you was asleep for 7 hours.
I was legit asleep for 3 hours. I have been up.
3-hour tour.
I have been up.
The Professor and Marianne on Gilligan's Island. Okay.
Since 9 o'clock yesterday.
Kev,
didn't go back to sleep till 8 o'clock this morning. Uncle Reezy called me up. We need someone to come in here and talk about the savior, Tony Stark. And I was like, all right, I'll do it for Tony.
Tony Stark is the worst human being to ever exist in fiction.
Literally, that's Thor. But we're not going to go there. We just crossed that bridge.
And legit, I even put him ahead of Hannibal Lecter.
So let me get this straight. A man can legit get his daddy killed, his mama killed, his brother killed, his best friend killed, his inner circle of friends killed, have his planet get slaughtered.
Have you no compassion,
and
bro?
He's okay.
Have you no compassion?
He all right. I legit, everybody who Thor has ever loved in his life, he got murdered.
But Ragnarok is always supposed to happen, bro.
That's how I keep telling Kev that. And he keep ignoring us.
State of New York might have missed this, right? So I'm gonna tell this story one more time. Thor's daddy said, "Don't you have this girl in my house?" But Odin said, "Don't you bring that girl in my house?" Thor's like, "I ain't listening to you, old man. This is my girlfriend."
Kev, they made a movie called Thor Ragnarok. For a reason.
You know, Thor's mama gets murdered just because Thor brought his girlfriend in the house.
Bro,
in the story.
So Kev, the Karl-Anthony Towns thing, I think should have some legs, right? Maybe we can continue that conversation on the Knicks at Night podcast tonight. I'm all for it. But I want to talk to State about Walt Perrin having the weaponry to do his thing on draft night.
Yo,
right?
He is the key.
Peace out, Kev.
Yo, no, like this might sound blasphemous what I'm about to say, but I'm gonna say it. This might sound crazy, but him, Kenny Payne, and Johnny O is the three most important people right now in the Knicks organization. Because if we now you spoke to me about the first round picks, right? So
right.
For me personally,
hey, say, can I say this? I want to say this so that we can establish a timestamp. Mm-hmm. So I'm talking to you about a narrative that has not been projected in the Knicks universe, right? And what I'm talking about is building a young core, starting with Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly. Not anything prior. I think there is a BR, right?
Yep.
A before RJ and an after RJ, right? Okay. Where we hit a home run on a draft pick, right? There should be a line of demarcation. Anything before RJ should be like, yeah, they're still here and we want them, we value them, but they are before, right? The thing with RJ and Obi and Quickly is they're after. You know what I'm saying? This is after, right? Because like I just mentioned, Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly have never played for a loser,
Right.
They have come into a winning culture. They don't have the baggage that Frank Ntilikina and Kevin Knox has by coming into an organization expecting to be a savior and losing. And I'm not knocking them. I'm saying that was the unfortunate circumstance. Right?
Yep.
Now, Quickly and Obi get to come in on a losing team, contribute a little bit, and develop along. Right? But what I wanted to talk to you about, and I alluded to it last week on Twitter, is this. I believe Walt Perrin, when given the weaponry, will build that young core that you so desire. Right? We don't know the name of the guys yet. Right? But we also didn't know that Spider Mitchell was going to be this good in the NBA.
Yo, it for me, like, if we hit on these draft picks, let's say if we bring 2 new kids into the fold, right? So I'm expecting, if you do bring 2 new kids into the fold, I'm expecting Knox to be traded draft night, because you said that's before RJ. So now I'm gonna look at Knox and Frank in a different view. I'm so glad I hear stuff like this from you, so I can have a different point of view about things. So I would like for them to trade up, right? Because usually young cores, I looked around the league last night because I didn't go to sleep till like 5 in the morning. I looked at teams' rosters, and usually young cores is like 5 of your draft picks, but they're all good draft picks. And the rest is just straight vets, because you're not going to win basketball games with just all young talent. That just does not happen. So, you know, I think we should trade up. For me personally, I put the 2022 pick should be on the table right now if I'm the New York Knicks. If they serious about winning and you serious about your young core, why not trade up? Why not get a guy like Scotty Barnes? Scotty Barnes is a Tibbs player. Scotty Barnes and Jalen Johnson is my dream scenario for the Knicks.
Bro, you know you can get both, right? You don't have to get just one.
That's too.
You said Scotty Barnes. Who was the second player? I didn't hear the second player.
Jalen Johnson out of Duke, the point forward.
Jalen Johnson.
Right.
Well, to me, when we talk about draft, in the Legion of podcasts, the Legion of Knicks podcast, we talk about the draft a lot. And I always get killed for saying this, but I think Scotty Barnes is number 6 on the draft board behind, you know, the usual Jalen Greens and Mobleys and Kumingas. I think he's right after Kuminga at number 6 on the draft board, and I seem to get a lot of a holdback from that. But I think he's special, and I think he even has like a Giannis element to him, where if he could develop his offense, he'll be a nightmare. He'll be a nightmare in the NBA.
Yo,
I'm just pointing that out there because I really like him. Yeah, he does. He looks to me. His length, his arms, the way he can dribble up the floor and pass the ball. He resembles a little bit of a Giannis, and he's also not that great of a shooter, so that also lends to the comparison.
He gives me James Worthy vibes.
Now you're taking
all that energy in a 6'9" body. James Worthy.
He give me James Worthy vibes.
All that energy. Yep.
I keep telling people, Scotty Barnes, if he slipped to like 9, Knicks gotta trade up. I think I've been seeing mock drafts with Jalen Johnson at our pick at
21,
16.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, 16, okay. Hey, State, I'm gonna tell you this, bro. I'm gonna tell you this. You can draft 2 small forwards in the same draft and it worked. The Phoenix Suns did it with Richard Dumas and Cedric Ceballos, right? And what happened was one, you develop them the same, and whichever one is playing the best, that is who you give the most minutes to. You don't sit the other. You just let the hot hand play itself out, right?
Right. I mean, the Phoenix Suns do that now with
Cam
Bridges and Cam Johnson.
Yeah. And a lot of times they play together. You know what I'm saying? Both of these dudes are agile, 6'9" guys that can handle the ball, Both have high defensive upside in the NBA, right? And but our only thing though is shooting, which, in case y'all hadn't noticed, the Knicks are 5th in the NBA in 3-point shooting percentage. The Knicks have, let me see how many. Let me count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys shooting 40% or greater from 3, right?
Is RJ Barrett at 40 already?
Yes, he is.
RJ Barrett is at 39.6.
I thought it was 40.
Nah, bro. It's 39%. 39.6 is 40. I don't care what nobody say.
Yeah, it's rounded off to 40, but
yeah. But here's the thing. So here's the thing, Skate. So here's the thing. I would do this. I would go after both of those guys, add them to your young core, right? Now you're talking about the wing players to go with your young power forward and your young 2 guard or your young combo guard, right?
Right.
Next year's draft, you go after your point guard. Because with young guys, do you know what's killing the Cleveland Cavaliers right now?
Go ahead.
What's killing Cleveland is they have a great young core.
It's redundant.
Right, but they have one guy that won't pass. Colin Sexton will not pass the ball.
Let me ask you a question real quick. If you Colin Sexton, you passing it to Devin Wade?
Nah. I feel you. But here's the thing: if you Colin Sexton, are you passing it to the young point guard that you have? What's the young point guard that
Garland?
Yeah, are you passing it to Darius Garland? Are you gonna ever let Darius Garland cook?
And he's been cooking this past month.
When he has the ball in his hand, you gotta let that young dude. You gotta let these dudes like if you Colin Sexton, do you pass the ball to Isaac Okoro? Bro, they have young pieces.
So
right?
And again, referencing again to my boy Legion of Knicks podcast, Gmo, what's going on? He actually gave the statistics. You know how you people do that player A, player B type, but not say the name of the player, right? He gave all the statistics of Colin Sexton. I can't do it because I'm on my phone and I don't want to mess up and like leave the stream.
24 games.
Right, he's scoring 24, grabbing rebounds, grabbing assists, field goal percentage is great, free throw percentage is at 80%.
Right.
All the numbers are awesome. Right?
Right.
And he said, would you trade for this player? But he didn't want to give the name of the player.
Right.
And I believe Simeon was on that panel and Hinton was on that panel. And, it sounded like a trick question, so they both said no.
Right.
Right? But they wanted to know who the player was.
Right.
And he didn't want to give it up. He ended up saying it was Colin Sexton.
Right.
And as soon as he said that, they both said nah, like they wouldn't play with him. But how would you feel about a Colin Sexton under Tom Thibodeau instead of whoever the coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers is? Because I have no idea who he is.
Yo, you funny, because I mentioned Colin Sexton yesterday.
Yeah, his name seems to be going around now for some reason.
And let me throw something at you that you don't even look. Let me throw something at you from another angle. You've been seeing Kevin Love, excuse my language, showing his ass out in Cleveland for the past 2 years, right?
Right.
And he's making this ridiculous amount of money. Dude is not a good teammate, and dude is not a good leader. But you see constant articles about how Colin Sexton needs to pass the ball. Yeah, I'm going to pass the ball to Dean Wade. The dude, under Thibodeau, Sexton is 21 years old. Under Thibodeau, all-star. All-star. You kidding me? Give up both first-round picks.
But you know what though? And I understand where you're going with that. But the thing is, Kevin Love is a veteran on a max deal that won a championship playing around other veterans, right? So in Kevin Love's defense and in Colin Sexton's defense, they are not on the same timeline, and you get this kind of mess. You get this kind of mess when the front office does not understand what timelines are. You know what I'm saying?
So you wouldn't want to bring him here? You don't think under Thibodeau, under RJ, under Randall, you wouldn't think Sexton, young boy, and I wanted Sexton over Kevin Knox.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I'm not saying that Sexton is a bad player. I'm not saying that Love is a bad player. What I'm saying is these two dudes are on different timelines. One is trying to establish a winning culture. One already won a championship in that city, but is older. Right? You got to get rid of Love or Sexton. You either got to get rid of all your young players and bring in vets for Kevin Love, or you got to get rid of Kevin Love and let them young boys play.
Nobody wants Kevin Love. They've been trying to package that dude for so long, but ain't nobody in the league touching Kevin Love.
Right, but they got to do something, bro. And so the thing is with a Kevin Love, you got to get rid of him because he's spoiled milk right now.
Yep,
he's spoiled milk right now. You can't keep him around your young boys because all he's gonna do is ruin the vibes in the locker room. And I'm not saying that Kevin Love is a bad person. What I'm saying is like me and State, right? If me and State were like legit hanging out every day, he'd be on a different timeline than me. Like when I spend money, I want to spend my money on a luxury SUV to chill out and ride the road with. State is gonna want to get that vet with the roof, with the retractable roof on it, and that he can, you know what I'm saying, impress probably some lady friends, right? But I want to
get a hoopty. I want to get a hoopty that takes me from A to B to get the rest of the cash and put it in crypto.
Right, but State not riding in a hoopty, and me either, right? And so now all three of us are on different timelines. I'm 6'5.5", 340 pounds, bro. I don't want to sit in the passenger seat of a Corvette, State. Right? And so State is on the other side, like, yo, you driving this Cadillac so slow, man. Them girls over there they don't want to be around no granddaddy ride. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna argue because all of us are steadfast in what we want, right? State got to have the royal blue vet with the $6,000 paint job, and the rims, it's got to be brand new, and it's got to sound like a spaceship when it take off. I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? I want something with a nav in it that when we ride the road is like the ride's gonna be like sitting in your living room. You know what I'm saying? Eddie C is like, I don't want to spend money on none of that stuff, bro. I just want me a hoopty that's gonna get me from A to B. All three of us are on different timelines, bro. That's what Cleveland is right now. Cleveland is legit on different timelines. That's why
I don't want to miss the point that you began with in this conversation about Walt Perrin having the ammunition to take those back-to-back picks in the 20s and the early third-round pick, because I think
the early second round pick.
He's gonna pluck gold with those picks. I have all the confidence in the world.
When you give him ammunition,
whoever he chooses, he's gonna choose a legit NBA player who can probably be in a rotation next year, if not the year after that.
You know what I want him to do? I want him to, I don't know if y'all remember this name, but I want him to find an Andre Karolinko in this draft. I want an AK-47.
Yeah. Is that Greg Brown from Texas? It
might be Jalen Johnson, because he's got the physical gifts to play defense like that, but he hasn't been taught enough to play team defense. Like when players ISO him. He's gonna slip, bro. He's gonna slide. Now Scotty Barnes is a riser. Now we might not be able to get our hands on Scotty Barnes unless we trade up. Right. But if we get an AK-47 out of this draft, I think the championship is sealed for us.
Facts.
The championship is sealed, bro.
That is the perfect the perfect three for RJ and Randall. For the way that, like, their play styles, I want a guy who's about 6'9", Tobias Harris height, who could probably get his own shot when needed, who wants to run and who could play defense.
and compliment Randall.
Yes,
that's what we need to compliment because if you get an AK-47, no matter what lineup you run out there, he can still be on the floor. He can guard some twos, right? Guard mostly threes, guard some fours, and allow Julius Randle to not have to defend the other team's power forward if that's their star player.
Now I'm one of those, draft geeks, and I from, even if we having a winning season or whatever, I'm always on the tankathons, and I'm always reading up on players, and so this is like right up my alley, what the topic that we're talking about right now. And the person that I see that is like that, maybe he can't make his own shot, but he can play defense. He's a big body at 6'9", basically a power forward, but he can defend multiple positions and is athletic, and that's Greg Brown from Texas.
I like Greg.
I think he can slide in as a small forward, and not necessarily in a starting lineup with a Julius Randle, but next to a Obi Toppin and a Mitchell Robinson.
Right.
He's a perfect, and he's in our range. He is in our range. And the other player that I really dig, because he's just a straight scorer, is Cam Thomas from LSU. I don't know if you ever heard of that dude, but he's lights out. He is lights out.
My only thing is with Cam Thomas is he takes his shot selection is questionable, but he makes such difficult shots. Like, he is a difficult shot maker. You're like, why you take that? Oh, it went in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Kind of like Quick. Like,
yeah,
why you seeing it from the logo? Oh,
right. Like why'd you fade away three over two people falling towards it? Oh, it went in. You know what I'm saying? But it's J.R. Smith-ish to me. Like the confidence is so extreme that he feels like if he gets in range, he can shoot it over double teams, and it don't matter. You know what I'm saying?
We have that high second round pick, and we have a later second round pick. So we have it's so much ammo.
I can't wait for draft night.
It's crazy, man. Like, yeah, I really want to see what he does with those picks, and I don't really care who he picks because I know it's gonna be right.
For me, before I get out of here, I'm gonna be happy if we draft two players, because I know both players is gonna play, and it's not gonna be a Phil Jackson thing where you draft a guy and you get fired the next day. No, these two players is gonna play, so I'm happy about that. We're gonna add to this young core. I just hope OB averages more than 4 points next season, because I'm still disappointed behind that.
Hey, well, the thing about Obi is, and I was the first to say it, man. And I'm tooting my own horn on this, right? Mm-hmm. Obi is a late developer, a late blossomer, right? You know what I'm saying? At high school, he blossomed late. You know what I'm saying? College, he blossomed late. NBA, he blossomed late, right? First to say it, man. People, whatever. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, State. So the Knicks have 4 picks if you include the Sixers pick that we got from laundering money. The money laundering pick so they can get cap flexibility. So we have 4 picks this year, right? Mm-hmm. We might be able to draft a guy with that pick and then take the other 3 picks, package them together, and trade up for your guy. Right? We may be able to do that, right? I don't care about the names, to be honest with you. I don't care about the names on draft night, as long as I'm saying they can, they can play. My ideal situation is this, State. This is my ideal situation. Take one of those picks, Kevin Knox, and a future pick, and trade for Jonathan Isaac, and then take the other pick and draft Scotty Barnes.
Damn. I would love Isaac too. That's what's funny. out, even though he's getting about $24 million a year, I believe, starting next season.
Yeah.
That don't matter because that man averaged a block and a half and a steal and a half before he went down, and his shot making was getting better before he went down.
Was getting better, right?
You want to know what's so crazy? I said the Orlando Magic is like the dream scenario trade partner for me for the Knicks because they got 3 pieces over there. That's like.
Hey, bro.
Sound like you're muted.
Oh, my bad. I feel like we could use a couple pieces over there. Jonathan Isaac, Fultz,
Mo Bamba,
and Mo Bamba. And I've been screaming Mo Bamba for like 3 months now.
Right. And I'm with you. I'm with you. My only deal is that instead of so here's the deal. I want our franchise to focus on on winning a championship and not on developing the youth. But at the same time, I think you can focus on winning a championship by backfilling your roster with young players. Right? Because Randall is a different type of player. Right? He's a different type player. He's not your conventional power forward. He does a little bit of everything.
Yep.
Right? A little bit. And when I say a little bit of everything, I'm talking about Randall can find cutters cutting to the basket. Randall can catch that ball in the pinch post and kick it out to wide open 3-point shooters. Right? And hit them in their shooting pocket where they don't have to fumble with the ball before they shoot. Right? So Randall is a different type player. So when you talk about the point guard thing, yes, we need a point guard that can break down defenses and get us baskets when the offense stalls. We need that guy, right? I don't see that guy in this draft, right? If you get a rookie point guard, you're not going to get rookie wings because Tibbs ain't going to play rookie point guard and rookie wings because the learning curve is too steep for both of them to be on the floor at the same time, right? So you bring in a veteran point guard, and my preference is draft the point guard of the future. But in this makeup, in this team, I think what you need is young, bouncy, athletic wings that can defend guys that RJ Barrett and Julius Randle can't. Right? Draft a guy that RJ Barrett can't guard and Julius Randle can't guard. Or you don't want to waste RJ Barrett and Julius Randle on. Right? Like RJ Barrett shouldn't be guarding Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr.
Right.
They're too big for they too big for RJ.
We need more links.
Right. We need an Andre Karolinko type player. Right. The long arm of the law. That's what we need.
Maybe a Zaire Williams from Stanford. Might be able to
he like 177.
Oh yeah, he's light right now. Yeah, I mean they're all pretty light, but he's 6'9" at least.
Maybe it might be RJ Barrett's future Olympic teammate and starter in Andrew Wiggins.
They're gonna have to give up that first round pick.
They will because they're gonna have to pay $309 million in repeaters tax this offseason if they do not unload.
Now we don't have to give them a first round pick for him, bro.
No, they got
we have to get a first round pick.
Right. That's what I was gonna say.
Then now we're talking if they get the number 9 somewhere around there, now we're talking we can package the number 9 and the number 22 to 6. Then we can grab a Scotty Barnes.
Right.
And fill our small forward position. So Barnes, Toppin, Mitchell, we'll be on our way.
But
we be on our way.
Your wing rotation now has RJ, Wiggins, the player you traded up for, and now you saying, okay, let's try to see something. But in this trade, though, you also boost RJ Barrett. Now you putting RJ Barrett to the forefront. Now you one of the main leaders. So now you're gonna have to produce. He can't just average 18 no more. Now I need 22.
Right. Well, I think the reason why he averages 18 right now or 17, 18 right now is because our point guard play is inconsistent at best with RJ on the floor.
Alfred.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking a specific guy because multiple guys play point guards for the Knicks, right? But you don't know what you're gonna get with RJ and said point guard being on the floor. Like when D Rose is on the floor, D Rose getting his bag, he score. That means RJ Barrett is a tertiary scorer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, if you get a distributor, RJ Barrett, I think, can average those 20. Because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. RJ Barrett started the season on a 0 for 21 stretch from 3. Y'all remember that? Remember when RJ was Brick City?
Yep.
Right. And then he had a game where he was like 5 for 8. And then he had another stretch of 0 for 20. Right. So since that stretch, RJ Barrett has been shooting 48% from 3. What NBA player do you know at his age is shooting 48% from 3? And if y'all say Devin Booker, y'all are dead wrong. Right? Y'all are dead wrong. Devin Booker has never had shooting numbers like RJ Barrett is putting up this season. Right?
Yeah, it's amazing. I need RJ to work, to go this summer and dribble and get saucy on his dribble.
Eric G was
and that's what I need him for next year, to be a little saucy on that dribble.
Right. He don't have wiggle. He don't have that wiggle. Right. You know what I'm saying? But if
he did it to Middleton, he did it to Middleton this year. You know, he gave him that little hand dribble, that little fake shot, went to the rack and dunked it. But he needs to get a little bit more saucy. And I think the confidence that this year has given him, where he's a good shooter now, he's a good 3-point shooter now. His free throw percentage has jumped. He should be confident coming into next year that, yeah, I can shoot. Right. You know, all that junk that they had said before, that yeah, he's a nice player, but he can't shoot. I mean, all that's debunked now.
Right, because players,
saucier.
Eddie C, to your point, New York Knicks fans don't have patience for development. Right? You got to let players develop, bro. You got to let players develop. It can't be all or nothing as a Knicks fan. You know what I mean? Like when State said something on Twitter, and what I wanted to do is get in my bag on Twitter, but the timing wasn't right, man. I was out of town and a bunch of personal stuff going on. This dude courting my daughter. He like, yo, Uncle Freezy, Mr. Uncle Freezy, man. I'm gonna take care of her. I'm like, hey, dog, you ain't gotta do nothing. She take care of herself. We trained her how to take care of herself, bro. She don't need no man. If you want to be with her, be with her. She don't need another daddy. You know what I'm saying? But
poor
anyway,
dude, you imagine that dude coming up to Freezy, 6'4", 340 pounds, talking.
Right. Hey, bro, and bro, don't let me throw on no Air Max. When I throw on like Air Max or something, bro, I'm like 6'7.5" in these Air Max, bro.
You grow another inch.
Yeah,
man.
you know what I'm saying? But anyway,
poor kid.
The lady at the hotel desk looked at me and she was like, "You look so familiar," and I was like, I thought she was gonna say Heavy D because I get that all the time, right? So she was like, "Are you a professional wrestler?" And my wife laughed. My wife. So my wife have a sense of humor, right? So she was like, my wife was tee-hee-hee-ing, you know what I'm saying? She was like, "No, he ain't professional yet." You know what I'm saying? Giving this lady the idea that I'm a wrestler. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway. So to State's point, and I think sometimes we have these conversations and we leave the door so wide open that people miss out on good points. Like what State was saying, this was about a month ago. State, man, we need to build a young core, and we have the weaponry to do so. Now, does that mean develop Frank? I'm not sure. Does that mean develop Knox? I'm not sure. What I am sure of, though, is that given the weaponry that's available, Walt Perrin will find us a Donovan Mitchell, right? Yep. You know what I'm saying? And in case y'all don't know what a Donovan Mitchell will do for your franchise, look at the Utah Jazz picking. Look what the Utah Jazz was before Donovan Mitchell. Do y'all remember who the backcourt was in Utah? before Donovan Mitchell? It was Dante Exum and Alec Burks. Dante Exum and Alec Burks. And then you draft a Donovan Mitchell and you forget about all that stuff that they did. Right?
Right.
Think about that. You hit one home run and you cannot remember who played center for the Utah Jazz before Rudy Gobert. I'll tell you who it was. Enes Kanter. Right. Think about this. You hit one home run. You can't remember who played center for the Minnesota Timberwolves before Karl-Anthony Towns. Right? Who played center? The dude Petrovic. The big dude with the tattoos, the muscle bound dude.
I remember him.
Yeah. Before Karl-Anthony
I
Towns.
think he saw a peck and never came back.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Do y'all remember who played point guard for the Golden State Warriors before Steph Curry?
Actually, there was a what do you call a report about him that he became like a mobster. He's like a mobster now. Like
yes, he's a mobster.
Right?
Yeah,
he was like a mobster. Down with the mob.
He was a mobster then, and we didn't know it.
Sheesh.
Yeah, but think about this. Do y'all remember who played power forward for the New York Knicks before Julius Randle? I do. Noah Vonleh. Right? So when you hit a home run for a player, bro, your whole franchise changes. Think about this. Who played power forward for the New York Knicks before Julius Randle? Noah Vonleh. Right? You remember Fizdale was like, yo, Vonleh, grab the rebound and go. Remember grab and go?
He was the Giannis stopper.
Right. Y'all remember that? And now that you see Julius Randle do it at such a high level, we don't remember names like Quincy Acee.
Wow.
Michael Beasley, Cole Aldrich. Jason. What's Jason? What's the guy?
What's the Plumlee kid?
Mason Plumlee. I'm sorry.
Or Mike or something. One of those
was really bad, yo.
Right, but that's what.
Alexei Shved.
Right.
I take Alexei over Alfred.
Right. Lou Amundsen. Hey, L. Jordan. If you say Maurice Endower name one more time in the chat, I promise.
Oh man, he's the reason why we don't have Cat right now.
Yeah, he's the reason why we don't have Cat. L. Jordan trolling us. L. Jordan trolling us.
I forgot he hit the game winner, man.
When both teams were tanking.
He hit the game winner for no reason.
Right.
Against Dallas.
Right, we got 2 shot clock violations because we didn't want to score, right? and so the Knicks playing like, yo, we can't legit come out here and look like we tanking. So a dude throws up a shot, it's a brick. Dude misses on purpose. Endower gets the rebound and puts it back in for the win.
Dummy. Fuck. Oh my God.
Oh.
L. Jordan is trolling us right now. Talking about Maurice Endower, bro. Oh, are you serious? We legit had a preseason roster with CJ Leslie and Maurice Endower on it.
Oh my goodness.
What do we do? And then now
your favorite player. Remember your favorite player, Hicks?
Oh, Isaiah Hicks. I love it. He was a bull in a china shop. He was a bull in a china shop, except he wasn't strong or athletic.
Isaiah Hicks.
Bro, it's crazy.
I want to say one more, but I don't know if I want to keep it going. Mario Hezonja.
Yeah, hey, Big G said Travis Ware.
The walking triple double.
Oh my God!
He was supposed to be our future point guard after he started at point guard. I had a triple double.
I loved him at point guard.
Yeah, I loved him at point guard too, man. But y'all remember Phil Jackson traded a draft pick for Travis Ware? He
Yes.
traded a draft pick, and it wound up being one of the deepest drafts in recent history, and we couldn't get in it because Phil Jackson 3 years earlier, traded the pick for a doggone Travis Ware, who only stayed with the Knicks half the season.
He also drafted Karl-Anthony early over Jokic.
Oh my God, bro. Oh,
word.
So now y'all see my point when you weaponize Walt Perrin. You weaponize Walt Perrin. You give Walt Perrin some shots at finding a star. I'm not saying that the focus should be on Walt Perrin. What I'm saying is, in Knicks universe, we should at least have that conversation. You know what I mean?
And I think he moved up in that draft to like 23, right? And then he moved down 2 spots. I don't know if he added another second rounder.
He did.
And still drafted quickly at 25.
Right. And we wound up getting 3 second-round picks out of that transaction.
Because we drafted this kid named Baltimore or something like that and traded him away to OKC.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
That's
right.
smart. That's
and we got
business.
quickly.
Right. Right. And no doubt, man. So State, at some point we got to continue this conversation. I got to run. But we got to continue this conversation about weaponizing Walt Perrin.
Definitely.
Hey, so and just real quick before I go, I don't know if you heard, but I said to the chat that Scott Perry saved the franchise.
Yes,
right?
he did.
And I know it sounds crazy, right? But when Steve Mills was trying to trade Julius Randle and a first-round pick to Charlotte for Terry Rozier, Scott Perry stabbed him in the back and got my man fired in order to save the franchise. Yep. and so if you Charlotte and that trade would have gone through, right now you would have LaMelo Ball, Julius Randle, Obi Toppin, or even if they didn't need another power forward, they could have LaMelo, Julius Randle, and Tyrese Halliburton to go with that roster right now.
What would I recommend
to go along with Miles Bridges and
all the other parts they had?
That team is just one center away from being dangerous. And
you know what? And Eddie C, you know what the narrative would be on our end? Terry Rozier as your star. And it would be LOL Knicks all over again.
Jeez.
You know what you just reminded me of, Now, you just made me think about this. This is why I wanted the Knicks to trade up last season, right? Because you identified LaMelo Ball, 6'8" point guards don't grow on trees.
Right.
And you had a chance to move Mitch, the 8th pick, the 25th pick, and probably a future pick swap to move up the 2 to get LaMelo Ball. Right. So that's going to haunt me for the next decade. So now when I look at this draft, I'm like, okay, Knicks, please do me a solid and please use these picks. I don't care if you use the 2022 pick. I don't care because I'm not interested in no more kids after this offseason. I'm more interested in RJ Barrett becoming a vet leader and kids following him now. So I would like for them to package 3 picks and just move up and go get your guy. Preferably for me, since we drafted IQ, I want a wing. I want a Thibodeau's wing. That's what I want.
Right. Yo, and before we go, I want to shout out this one analyst because after us as Knicks fans, we always get dogged in the media, especially ESPN, for being New York Knicks and for having Dolan as our owner and for this and for that and so on and so forth. But I want to give a huge shout out to one Kendrick Perkins from ESPN because it seems like that dude always has our back and he always talks and he's been on point ever since because he wanted Melo to be in New York and he thought that was the best place for him. And I don't think he's wrong. It just so happened it didn't happen that way, and Charlotte, has a good one. But he's been talking great things about the New York Knicks and our trajectory and where we're going. So, I just want to shout him out, and say thanks for sticking up for us when everybody in the and the ESPN world universe is dogging us and throwing us in the trash, he's the one standing up and saying, you know, that we're gonna be somebody. So shouts out to you, Kendrick, and thanks for having our backs, yo.
Right, no doubt, bro. No doubt at all. Hey, so I'm a rock right here, man. I'm gonna get out of here. Try to get some sleep. I'm probably get about. I'm gonna really lay it down. I'm gonna probably sleep about 39, 40 minutes. I'm probably get like 40 minutes of sleep, bro. I gotta jump up after that because I don't want to sleep my life away, bro. But I'm gonna be on the Knicks at Night podcast. State, we got to get together and talk about the young core, bro. Because we legit are doing a disservice to Knicks fans that want to hear people that do pods think deeply and say stuff that's relevant to the Knicks. We can't just keep coming on pods and saying Alfred Payton can't shoot. That's whack, bro.
Right.
That's whack.
Right.
We gotta legit have conversations that matter. You know what I'm saying? And this one here, Weaponizing Walt Perrin, is one of them conversations that I feel like does a service to our listeners.
All right. Yo, yeah,
and State, just before we bounce, what's your Twitter handle? So I can look you up on Twitter, bro. Is it State of New York or
State of NYK?
Yeah, it's
State of NYK.
Yo, Uncle Freeze, I want you to send me the picture of what do you want on a T-shirt or a hoodie. Send me the picture.
I got you.
Within the next like 30 minutes, I can send it to my bro.
Hey man, I gotta call you. I'm gonna DM you my number because I gotta talk to you about something.
All right. Send it, man. I'm gonna holler at you.
I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this nap first though.
All right.
All right, boss.
All right, bet, man.
All right, y'all.
Later,
hey, thank you everybody for watching, man. We'll holler at y'all later.